The theater world is one made of masks. Physical, emotional, metaphorical. And Dungeons & Dragons has always shared this theme to an even greater extent, where players become and take on the mask of a character who themselves may also wear a mask. 6 players find themselves dragged into the world of Acera, a place where might meets magic and lore can become reality. Join Andrew Wilmore, Will Acton, Anthony Anderson, Jack Reuther, Nathan Dennison, David Nika, and the Dungeon Master Wes Bridges as they traverse this world. Welcome to Adventures Till the Curtain Calls. Welcome back to Adventures Till the Curtain Calls. So kind of recapping last episode, you guys had gotten out of Volkstad with some relative stealth. Half the party was able to literally walk out the front door under the masquerade of a fisherman. Thank you, Ren. And the other half was actually able to go through smuggling tunnels essentially underneath the city that you guys had to pay to get cleared out, and were led on a specific path. Might have been a little bit longer than the straight path, but you had to do what you had to do. So upon leaving, you guys were actually met outside of the city by the Archpriest Vardan Hycanus, sorry. And and you guys had a very lovely carriage ride with armed escort to the capital of the world, Ilhacera, where the Everthrone sits, where the High King resides upon. You got a bit of knowledge dump, honestly, out of the Archpriest. Riding along in his carriage or riding on top of and or chatting with the other guards that were with you guys. I believe that was more Banner's thing. And as just kind of recapping the approach, Ilhacera is surrounded by it kind of, I don't want to say in a valley of mountains, but it's more like the mountains have been hollowed out in a section that this capital was able to be crafted in. Supposedly, who knows? You guys haven't gone into the lore of the city, but you went through this literally through a mountain, came out the other side, and I kind of described it as entering the capital of Pan Am from the Hunger Games. It is upper middle class is the lowest class, essentially.
Extravagant.
Yeah, I mean it's it's people with the equivalent of 6-figure incomes and up, but you were able to stay at a 5-star hotel with the Archpriest, having your own little ensuite, but had a very rude encounter with the concierge.
Tim Curry.
Yeah, it is Tim Curry, essentially. And after a bit of that, he gave you guys some cash to get some new duds. Y'all did that. And then you joined, you met back with Hycanus, and you guys were about to approach the King's Keep, the castle. So we're gonna pick up right there. You guys have been collected by Hycanus, and you guys are still flanked with guards. The main guard that was with you guys on the transport, Banner, is also there with you. This orcish woman. Also still wearing her armor and everything, but it seems like it's this set of armor doesn't have the dings, the blemishes, very much not to portray perfection, but if you're gonna meet the president, you're not gonna wear like shorts,
Valentina
shorts, and yeah, she's got her Gucci armor set, and you spilled lipstick in my Valentino bag. No,
the orcish woman's name was Valentina. You said.
Yeah.
Oh, her name, yeah.
So she spilled lipstick in her own bag. But yes, so as you approach the castle, for lack of a better word, as it does stand above the other buildings easily, it dwarfs the other buildings. Um, there is a contingent of guards kind of standing. It's one of those. It's a grand staircase going up. It's not like a measly little. We got 5 steps, then a landing, then another 10. Like this is Rocky steps. Like you're like Rocky Balboa steps. It's like 30 or so up. And it is like an obsidian marble that the steps are made out of. Yeah, yeah. It is like even at one point halfway through, like there's a that exhale from the orc from Valentina.
Every day is leg day.
Word.
Motivational poster.
And it's just Valentina just going upstairs. Hycanus reaches the top as he's kind of leading the pack here. Pulls out a little scroll, but it's more of like the Greek style, like you unravel from both sides. As he hands it over, the guard looks at all you guys as well, rolls it up, hands it back to Hycanus, and the gates or the doors open. And the doors are very much I'm going to say Catholic cathedral esque in nature. It's the huge, massive doors with ornate things on it. It's more filigree. As around the city, you've been seeing statues. You've been, or you even saw the history of the city going through the mountain. This door is old. It's weathered. It's still ornate, but you can easily. I'm gonna say you don't need to check for it, but it clocks probably a couple hundreds years old. So if these are not the original doors, they're darn near close to it. You can see there's like even bits maybe where there's been paint and then overpaint and everything, like the landlord special.
Yeah.
Just not knocking landlords. Do your thing. You're good. You appreciate lower rent. So you guys enter in, and every footstep has an echo. You're in this large vestibule, this antechamber. In and of itself, anywhere else would be a grand hall, but within these walls itself, it is a small room. There is portraits lining the walls, either of you do see the high kings or queens just denoted by their crowns. There is one space that is empty between these kings and queens. And I mean, I'm going to say just because, Banner, you're ingrained in the history, you're probably the closest one here that's ingrained in history of Egrenesia, just from, you would know this. It's about the time slot of the queen that was murdered. The queen that was taken down because she was hated by everyone.
Oh.
Yeah. So that is the one gap that remains. They have chosen not to fill it because, like if you remove a painting that's been there for a while, there's the outline of the painting, and this it's there, but it's extremely faded. So it came down. No one's put anything up since. Likewise, on the other side, you see almost adjacent to, starting with this one painting, you see a high king, and then you see across a dragonborn decked out in armor with this maul, just kind of resting, maul on the head of it on the ground, the actual handle of it leaning up, and he's like almost holding on to it. And likewise, you see this pattern following. Again, Banner, I say this is just information you would know. It's the praetor, the high kings and their concurrent praetors. There's even overlaps for some of them. There's like a praetor who maybe served under 2 or something like that, just depending on the longevity of the species that is there. But as you go through this, and saying there's a contingent of guards, it's it's like, and I'm not trying to be topical here about when it comes out, but it's like a Secret Service member on President. There are a bunch of them. There's more here than there is even in the Raytaran district, in Volkstad. They're all in this dark green armor that you saw coming through, denoting the king's men. Not the king's men, just some Kingsmen. You start seeing Galahad and Merlin and Arthur.
Take me home.
Through the play. Rachel hates that because whenever I hear that, I just do it with the Scottish accent.
Yeah.
As one should.
Yeah.
But they do escort you through these, again, large double doors. And this is where you know you've hit the Grand Hall. Simply because any one of the temples in Volkstad, probably two of them can fit inside this room in and of itself. Its size and immensity. But it doesn't seem like the purpose of it is to portray opulence, as there is seating all throughout this room leading up. It almost gets the feeling of the most massive town hall you can think of, that this is supposed to be a place for the common man to come and speak to the king, even though this is the most tight-shipped place on in the world, that if you do not have a summons, you're not, at this point, if you do not have a summons, you're not getting in. So whether they have remained just to be there and no one has chosen to deviate from that, or if it's just for show, there are these rows of seatings. Again, kind of think of a cathedral. They're not actual pews, but they're glorified chairs that can link up and take down. There might be a wedding. But
Multifunction room.
Yeah, there you go.
When you do enter this room, although there are columns, there are 4 pillars in each of the corners. And they don't serve so much, it looks like, they as a column in order to support the roof or the building itself, but more of a display. You do see one that is more elven-like in nature, covered in what looks like dark green foliage. You see another, a cat folk, who looks very light on his feet. You see another, it looks like the Praetor in and of itself. And then another, you see a man in a wide-brimmed, like, straw hat, with a sword at his side. And definitely, Banner, you would know the Praetor, and you would know of Genji. The other two's names, I mean, everyone, the Grimscarves are known. They have maintained. The names have changed, the people have changed, but these were the beginning. As you continue forward, I'm going to say it's built in a manner kind of like the the throne is built kind of like the Fortress of Solitude for Superman, where it's more like crystals kind of growing at different heights, more or less kind of going up to a peak. You do see that, and that out of that, again, these various in green, so you got more of your sea foam, light green, dark green. This throne is built out of it, and upon it sits a man who you have seen before in passing, but brown curly hair gently hangs over the strong lived-in face, elven features of ears. He has coincidentally green eyes, not because he is the High King, but that's just kind of what he was born with, not really his control. But you do see, as he's kind of sitting with his hands on, and I'm going to say as you near, his hands out on the arms of the chair, you do see on the left hand the birthmark of royalty, a crescent moon, and a signal that he is descended from the first High King. And there's something about him before, when he was walking through the crowd, leaving the Grand Roses ceremony, that there was solemnity. He was solemn in nature, reserved, but still trying to portray regal, uplifting, trying to say, like, hey, with his body language, we are here. I am your king. In this one, you do see, I'm going to say, a little bit more relaxed. He is in his home element. Maybe it's more or less a feeling of, with everything going on, a sense of humility about himself and where he is at. You just hear, as you guys are nearing, Greetings, Archpriest Hycanus. You honor this court with your presence. Hycanus kneels, and he looks over his shoulder, and like it's...
I wave.
Yes.
Just real quick before you jump into it, do we
Yeah.
see the you said I think he was a hobgoblin, the current raider,
You would have seen his portrait.
but we don't see him.
I was going to get to that.
Okay.
Yeah, good question. Good question.
My
Good question.
apologies.
No, you're fine. You're fine. But yeah, Hycanus does kneel, and
I probably wave it first. And then
Okay.
I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll elbow.
Bow. Yeah.
everyone's bowing. Okay.
Yeah.
Whether you bow or kneel, correct.
We show respect.
Yeah. But lining the room are many guards, like I said, in their forest green. But there are also other officials. Seems like someone is there scribing as things are going on. Like even as you're walking in, they're like looking down, writing, looking back at you guys. Like more or less, this is a court reporter. If you want to think of it like that,
around
they're
and
taking
all.
the minutes.
Strike on the record.
But but shortly after your guys' appearance, as Canis bows, kneels, and you all bow or kneel, up along the king's left comes walking up a tall creature covered in deep red-brown fur. His cuirass is a bright silver, and he holds this massive, deadly-looking glaive that is just ornate. Like it's kind of best way to kind of describe it. If you ever played Dynasty Warriors, like a Guan Yu glaive, the massive thing.
Machete on the end of a stick.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I mean, in and of itself,
fancy
like
and,
you
like-
could tell just the way that the fingers are wrapped around. Like it's a massive
A great
staff
sword on the
handle.
end of a stick.
There we go.
But his orange amber eyes seem to almost like pierce through each of you, like taking in every piece of detail, however minute it may be. But the High King Saveus speaks up. I understand that the situation in Igrenesia has been, well, there has been little change as of late, correct? Hycanus speaks up. My apologies, my lord. It's weird to see, although Hycanus, as you know, is in and of himself more, I'm going to say more of an everyday Joe's kind of guy. Even now, there is a submissive nature in him. We have begun the incorporation of Duke Portia, but as is expected, there is a large response of discontent and non-cooperation. Survey without skipping a beat, and the Grand Rose's murderer. Hycanus responds, "We have leads, my lord, but it seems that Imro Tusk may very well be the culprit behind the act. My companions here have been instrumental in the investigation." At that time, the Praetor speaks up. "Name yourselves, your collective name, and present to the Everthrone your findings." I'm gonna force I'm forcing a name at this point.
It goes in the empty halls.
Oh yeah, there's a little echo coming back too, from the far end of the of the room.
Our individual names?
No, he just said name
Individual and
yourselves.
group.
Collective.
Name yourselves, comma, collective name, comma, and state your findings.
Like one of those really terrible times where you have to think of a funny, interesting thing about yourself.
Yeah.
Think of something
Go
fun
sit
with the
there
first
and be-
letter of your first name. Action Jackson? Is that what it is? Action Jackson.
Something like that. Oh, that's gonna be hard for me. How do I come up with something fun about myself that starts with a number?
You yourself is an 7.
7 donuts I can
Yeah.
eat in a minute.
All right, so you speaking up first?
Oh, yeah. I am 7. Part of this group of friends, and
Super friends.
what would the third question?
And state your findings.
What do we find?
Oh.
Maybe we should just finish introducing ourselves first,
Yes.
and then get into the
There we
findings.
go.
Let's go-
That's
let's
a
do
good
that.
idea. I'm Eldon Tallfollow.
Benner Devickson.
Felix Cogsbin.
Or Darren Westbrook.
Renvri Barkresic.
And do you all have a collective name?
It's a
I'm forcing it
bone
at
of
this point.
contention.
Y'all have had literally over a year to figure it out.
You're not our dad. Come on.
But I am God. No, I'm just kidding.
God dang it, guys.
You know,
So that's what this episode's gonna be.
I
That's,
could
this,
just
that's what
say
this is
it.
gonna be
It's
right
gonna be
now.
forced out of us.
Yeah.
we've been working on that for a long time. Any suggestions?
I literally just met you.
He knows.
Probably not the right
You are
time.
not
But
going to get
anyway,
anything from Wes. I'm going to tell you that right now. Guys,
Didn't you introduce us like as the
didn't we have a list?
blindfold?
Didn't we have a list?
We
Wouldn't it
did
like
have a list.
The order of
the
beacon.
Order of the Beacon Blade.
Yeah, do
Beacon
that.
blade.
That sounds great.
Yeah.
All right, yeah.
The Order of the Beacon Blade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well met. And what were you able to find on this investigation?
Now, hold on. Gotta put that in now.
Done. It's fact. Bears eats Battlestar Galactica.
So we were able to make business names faster than our group name. You know that, right?
True story.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They
Oh, I know.
rolled off the tongue when we did that.
Jack's like
Fighting as
flipping
well.
through pages.
We learned how to have fun in any
Oh
situation.
my god.
I think what
During
our
a murder
friends
investigation.
here is trying to say is that we had to really stretch ourselves in fulfill this role of investigator, and splitting up we have a few different leads. I think first and foremost we have the high priest who is of the Nolkin. Was that Rotusk?
Game Tusk.
Yeah. Let me go back.
Not just through ground investigative work, but through the work of divination, scrying. We have seen a lot of questionable bloody work at his hand. There is also the matter of
It potentially being domination.
Domination of a guard.
We've had proof of guards being dominated. Knowledge of access to hidden passages in the Grand Rose's tower. I mean, that's been the biggest thing right now. Has been going through with those.
And is there any belief that there's maybe a connection with the eyes in the darkness, or are they separate?
it's
One of the guards, Veranak, he had paraphernalia that linked him to Eyes in the Dark, but we weren't able to question him. Obviously, he's still on the lam.
I think our path is to have the safe assumption that they're separate groups working in tandem.
Yeah.
Because, for instance, if you're an archpriest of chaos, it doesn't work to be working with an organization long term if that organization means to destroy your belief
Religion.
system.
But true chaos is also assisting anybody. So I mean, kind of goes. That's the problem with it. It's wild card. But
But it's not just the faith leader for the god of chaos. It could also be the faith leader of the god of murder.
And there's just a literally out of out of Kadal as he just like exhales. It is an exhale, but it comes out definitely as also a growl. We are aware.
Okay.
so that's kind of where we're at right now with everything.
Found a secret passage that was probably used
we
to
found a
assist in the
network
murder.
underneath town.
And we recognized one of the locations in that tunnel as the place where Rotusk had murdered. And that was, I mean, this is at this point hearsay because this is what we acquired through divination. But
So there's a lot going on with that we're still working out. But
Hiking speaks up very well. Hycanus, are there any other resources you may need to provide in this investigation? No, my lord. You have been already more than gracious in attending the Grand Rosa ceremony, and Praetor Kadal speaks up. My own pursuit of my brother has not borne results either. His whereabouts remain unknown, but I think I have all the resources I need as well. Savea speaks back up. So be it, Hycanus. I mean to speak with you privately. Kadal, please, if there's no other information, motioning to all of you, Kadal, please escort our investigators out. I need
before we are escorted out, like, are we like right next to Harkanis?
So yeah, it's more or less like you guys are in a flying V formation from Mighty Ducks with Harkonnis as
Of course.
the peak of the V.
Mhm.
I turn towards Harkonnis and just as quickly and as quietly, I want to try and say, try and raise the domination plot we talked about last time. There are more things I want to say, but not privy to everybody here present.
And it's there is it is you're trying to sneak it in a large room where it is literally a kind of a two-way conversation going on. They're not saying anything, but they're Kadal and Savea are letting you speak, and Harkonnis is like, yes, I will mention it, and if I'm able to, we can speak later with either the Praetor or the High King. But that's the best I can do at this moment. They're kind of used to this kind of, they speak, there's a mini conversation
Sidebar.
as opposed, yeah,
Yeah.
so, yep. But nothing else. Thank you. I hope that your leads bear fruit, and we can both find justice for the Grand Rose, and maybe, hopefully, if they are in tandem, either find out if we can come to an amicable understanding with these eyes in the darkness, or, hesitant to say if need be, downright remove them from the equation. At that point, Kadal comes down, starts walking down, and very heavy footfalls, and he just walks right past, like he splits your flying V. He just wrecks it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Wow.
Yeah,
Rude.
it's kind of like D3 Mighty Ducks, where the varsity just smashes through. You need to
Yeah.
go watch Mighty Ducks. I love Mighty Ducks. So the Bash Brothers. But he kind of splits your V, and Harkonnis kind of turns around and follows and or he doesn't follow, he stays. But Kadal kind of has you guys follow him. Even this first meeting, he is walking with an air of non-worry to you guys. His back is to you. It's one of those situations like you're completely surrounded. You could attempt to do whatever you want. You ain't making it out of here alive. But his you do see him kind of, I don't want to say white knuckling, but you hear like the grip of his hand around the glaive. And that kind of almost even started back when his brother was mentioned.
Mhm.
So I guess it wouldn't be white knuckle if he has brown red fur. It'd be like pink knuckle. But
You can hear it like squeaking.
yeah.
Yeah.
But you would hear it. He does escort you out the doors. You guys are now in that kind of vestibule, that antechamber with the portraits all around you. Please wait here. The Archpriest will rejoin you. He should not be long. And he re-enters. It's about 15 minutes, which isn't that long, before Harkonnis returns.
Hold on. Before
Okay,
we do that, since we got some time.
sure.
Oh.
Ooh.
All right.
Oh.
Oh,
It's gonna be a PowerPoint. I'm gonna be
No.
it should be a PowerPoint.
So
Okay, so yeah,
Tanner reaches into his backpack since they're waiting, and he says, "Well, I've been waiting to hand these out for quite some time, and they are badges made of metal
Ooh.
with pins that you may place upon your armor."
would you like to describe it for us, Banner, for everyone
Yes,
listening?
it is a shield with an owlbear in the center, a sword through in the back from top to bottom, the hilt at the top, a tentacle to the left of the beak, or I mean of the owlbear, a spear to the right, crossbow to the lower right, and a sword pommel to the lower left.
Hmm.
So it is a symbol, and Banner puts his up in the upper left chest of his tunic.
And he's just like putting on his shirt. And
There we
it's
go.
all-
Do you have one for Beakley?
He is the badge.
He's on the back.
I mean, yes, but he's also a member.
Well, I didn't know if he would want to wear it, but we can have it made for
Oh.
him.
And
You can put it on his harness.
I was getting ready to say, I
Yeah.
take the one that you gave me and I put it on.
We
in
can just have
harness.
Harkonnis cast Speak of the Animals again and figure out what Beakley wants.
Oh yeah, that was a whole. You need to listen to that
Oh,
conversation.
man.
Oh yeah, I was supposed to do that with you. A whole cathartic conversation between you,
Oh, that's
Beakley, and
right.
Harkonnis.
Oh
so-
yeah.
Okay, cool.
We'll say that happened.
Yeah.
It was cathartic. It was great.
Cool.
Will is in your head just going, that was nice. Wait, like you really facilitated that.
Really
I
made
feel
a
like
lot
he's
of
really heard.
progress.
I love
I feel like he's really heard.
I love that.
But it was kind of like, somebody speaking through a translator going to you, you speaking back going to the translator. It's essentially Google Translate.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay, cool.
So yeah, definitely you're passing out badges, and as Harkinus comes out, he's like, "Oh, okay, well, it works with the name." But you have all certainly made an impression on the Praetor and by extension the High King. Apparently, there is to be this gala tomorrow evening, and many other nations' rulers, their leaders, or their emissaries are to attend, and you have been strongly encouraged to attend.
Mandatory fun.
So
By who?
voluntold.
Hey, real talk, mandatory fun. Is
The
that what
king.
this is?
Okay.
Okay.
The High King has more or less extended this invitation, kind of a thank you of your efforts, and also for the sake of if you do need resources, especially if this is becoming more far flung than we anticipated, it would be nice for you to know the players in the other game.
Because that wasn't nerve wracking at all.
We
It
can cross
is-
promote 7-7. This is perfect.
It is certainly
Yeah.
a sight, especially
Marketing.
for the first time, that the gala will be in there as well tomorrow. So
Room?
yeah,
Oh, fun.
yeah, yeah. Plenty of space. It is a sight to behold. This is not a out of nowhere thing. We have these regularly, about every 3-4 months or so. We all.
So what is the gala in support for? Like, where do the funds go?
So this is strictly for those who have been affected by. There was a tsunami over in the Republic of Quixote, and so a lot of the resources here are pooling, not necessarily funds, but a cooperation of manpower is pledged at times, or if there needs to be displacement into another land, so to speak, there is. And as he's speaking, you see like he's shifting out of the more subservient to the more regular Harkinus you're used to, but
Interesting that it's not funds with how much.
Well, I mean, help. Some nations might not have the surplus of funds, so they're helping in different ways. I mean,
What I'm
that's not
trying to
uncommon.
say is that Ilhisera's capital here is, frankly, very well off. And from what we've seen of the small folk in Volkstadt, I mean, a bit worrying for me, but, I guess let's go enjoy ourselves and put on a show.
well, and we'll say this as you guys. This is all happening as you guys are leading. Banner, Eldon, Felix, you would all be familiar with Chavote, as it's sort of near Batia, but it's right next to Weddell for you. So a Banner, so you would be very familiar with its location. But do you make that comment about like the splendor of the capital out loud? Yeah. So much of the buildings that you see that are, for lack of better explanation, the High Kings or the royal families, many of it is generational, has been here. There's been very little change to or addition to.
Old money.
The houses around it are either embassies, so to speak, for other nations. Some of them are extremely wealthy families or nobles who had originally supported the High King.
So we're not taxing them because they're friends of the royal. Never mind. It's a whole thing. We don't have to get into it now.
I
Robin
have there's a whole thing like, but he goes, there is you can go through. There's a lot of declarations, decrees that are made. I personally we don't have anything here from Igrenesia simply because we have Volkstadt, not that far away. We do pay our bills. That's why we're staying in the hotel. It's kind of our smallest way of giving back, realizing that it is lining the pockets of someone else. We do understand that, Ren, but you are not alone in that opinion with some other people.
No, I'm just chiefly reminded why I had originally turned to banditry
Long ago.
long ago. It was like a
Okay.
give back to the poor
I
kind
was
of
gonna say,
banditry.
she didn't understand the words that she was
Yep.
saying
Yep.
really quick. Yeah, no, long ago.
Well, you're a priest of balance. It was about balancing the world in a sense.
It's true. For light, there has to be dark, and for dark, there has to be light. Overabundance of one or either can destabilize. Yeah, so I understand that even banditry has its place. Don't necessarily agree with some of the results sometimes, for it leads to death or whatever. And this, we're just getting into the semantics of the conversation. We're gonna let that kind of trail off if that's okay. But you do get back to the hotel. Harkana speaks again. The day is your own. I will come to your guys' rooms tomorrow evening after supper, since the gala is after. Typical meal time. And we would all head over together, if that is all right with you.
That works.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Is there a dress code for this?
I would
Yes.
assume it's the same that we are doing.
So yeah, what you have is acceptable. But this is
good. I was
I,
So wait, do we need gala wear now too?
Right?
I'm just making sure.
I don't think anyone would necessarily be opposed. You would not get turned away at the door, but
Yeah, I'm not changing what I have.
yeah, if you wish to, you can purchase your own gala wear if you wish. But I'm gonna my stuff, for example, is not much different than this. Just a little bit more
Okay, cool.
filigree, more. It's a very pomp and circumstance situation. But think pious. The peak of piety is going to be tomorrow evening. But yes, I will leave you here, for I need to discuss things. Valentina, and she speaks up, and they go into the hotel and everything, and the guards follow them, and you guys are left to your own. You could do whatever you want. It's about 1 p.m. Plenty of shops still open.
Oh no, new town, new shops.
I know.
Fool.
There is plenty of, you do hear, I mean, just various things. It's a large city, so there's going to be something for everyone. You could do as much or as little as you want. Just remember, if you do as much as you want, you can't progress much. So, so I will leave that to you. But
I'm assuming for the gala, it's the same as what we did before, and no weapons.
You're assuming, but yeah, because that was a question we didn't get before he left, but it's assumed.
Yeah. Just making sure.
Yep.
Okay. So other than trying to conceal anything, that's going to be a no-go.
Did I end up buying that sword cane? I can't remember if I did or not.
You did.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm opening my
And
coin pouch, and it's like
It functions like
I
a
don't
short
have
sword.
a lot right now.
So
You'll roll
Well, no,
stat for a
'cause I
short
thought
sword if you
didn't
use it.
any of your gold to get
D10
stuff,
or
right?
D8.
You got 400 gold. Everybody got 400 gold last session to get a suit. We got 400 gold each
Oh,
Yeah.
to get a suit or to
Yeah.
get an outfit, and you said you already had yours. So
Yep.
you have at least 400
You
gold,
were-
my
yeah.
friend.
Yeah.
Shit.
I don't know
Yeah.
what
Yeah.
I'm dressed like currently.
What?
What am I dressed like?
Well,
Whatever
I mean,
you
didn't
want.
get to choose because you weren't
Owlbear
here.
for
So, like, I would assume either, like
So we
fancy
have to take
tape.
the
Please,
tapestries.
please have a William Shakespeare frill collar on. Just that be it. That would make my
Your,
day.
your fanciest ascot.
What I was wanting to do is wear like the owlbear like super long cloak, but get like a wide brim hat with like a feather in it, and like just full on pimp out basically.
Done.
Like,
Done.
get like a little cane and walk in and stuff. Like,
Eldon can refer you to the nearest cane sword shop.
I can.
ooh, yeah, I would love that.
Jeez. Got a pimp.
Someone is also getting a cane sword, but much bigger.
Mine's a great sword, cane sword.
The cane stick. Jesus.
A cane quarterstaff.
Yeah, actually, yeah, that would probably
The
be more
cane is
akin.
actually just a branch off of a tree.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a log.
You went to the nearest souvenir shop, and they have the Praetor's mall. It's a giant, like,
It's a
eldritch.
paperweight.
Yeah, a giant
Oh my
eldritch.
gosh, yeah.
And then you could take the actual stick out and it's a pen.
Hmm. There's a
I thought
whole
it would be like a bubble wand or something.
there's like little we'll say that there's just various, like, there's trinket sellers here. I mean, there's We got barkers, we got minstrels kind of doing their own things. But we'll say even there's a guy kind of selling like a High Kings and Kings of Asera, and it's like one of the little flip books that you can read through and everything. It just has little blurbs and a little like side profile portrait at the top, but the Hitchcock style, so it's just a black outline. Yeah.
They have like a kid's book that's like Goodnight Crescent Moon, and it's just all about like, you know.
Yeah. Good night, High King. Good night, Praetor.
Yeah.
Good night, Everthrone. Good night, Shiny Sword.
Yeah. I get it for Beakley.
For Beakley.
For Beakley. Is there anything else that we need to get?
Donuts.
Or is there anything? Yeah. Well, I don't know. Who knows if there's donuts here?
Is there a donut shop in this
Is that
town?
time to find out?
If it's
Looking to expand.
If you give us
one,
7 a
if
donut.
they don't, expansion. 2,
Well, yeah,
if it
7's
sucks,
going to have to open one up here, of course.
Absolutely.
You would need a
don't
loan
think you-
probably because you know the real estate in
Oh yeah.
Old Town is quite expensive.
We could get a cart, a food truck, a food wagon,
A what?
Food wagon.
a food wagon.
You thought the bureaucracy in Volkstad was bad. Wait till you're in the capital.
Either maybe this will just be our end goal.
This is where we're finishing,
That's why
folks.
we're going to the gala.
See what we can do.
To,
Just
roll
market.
those,
It's just
yeah,
like,
buy
man,
some land.
you thought the food here is good. You need to come out all the way to
7-7.
Volkstad and make a trip.
The 7-7.
Yeah.
Yeah, 7.
Yeah. Make a pilgrimage. The 7-7.
Donuts
The
and
Weeping City is for all the great food that's there at 7-7.
Yeah.
I think we need to take 7 to the tailor.
Ooh,
Oh,
I'm down.
yeah, I
Just gonna
guess.
go.
Yep, let's do it.
This
All
is
right.
literally your day.
Let's
It's
do
whatever
it.
you want.
Let's pimp him out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stall.
So you arrive, and there is a tall, slender elven male. Oh, hello. How can I help you all today? Looking to make fantastic.
Looking to make our giant frontier look fantastic.
Fancy.
Oh, great. Oh, Kyle. What? He's just like the most brusque orc comes in.
Nice.
Yeah, I can make him look good. You look real good. Fantastic.
You
So
walking
what are
on
you looking
sunshine.
for, sir?
I just kind of like look at everyone, just like, I don't really know what's fashionable anymore.
Oh, the orc like cracks his knuckles and he's like, I'm gonna do you up good. And like he grabs your hand, and you thought it was gonna be this slender guy. No, this orc takes you back and starts getting measurements and everything. And it's one of those that like there's a flick of the wrist, and as he's like saying things, like you see fabrics pulling off all the walls and start going together.
Before they measure, I do want them to know that I do grow to twice the size. And I don't want to rip any of this expensive fabric.
There's more of him on the inside.
He gets like super excited because like he just saw cash. He just saw money signs in his eyes.
Yeah.
So the fabrics that were coming out, you see them just against the wall and like just stop moving as he like pokes his head out from behind the screen. He's like, I need the good ones. And the guy comes over. Fantastic! He like scurries over to a wall where he grabs massive reams of different colors because he doesn't know what he needs, and he just takes it back there to Kyle. And Kyle, yeah, name's Kyle. The not the seamstress.
It's spelled like
The seamster. Seamster.
It looks like Kyle, but it's actually pronounced Kile.
Seammeister.
The steam
Kyle the Seammeister.
But he does take measurements. Like, do you need pants?
Probably. I would think.
Done.
so.
Okay.
Yeah.
And like,
I think your legs are like the thing that grows the least.
Yeah.
It's like Hulk.
yeah.
Well,
it's all torso, baby.
It's a purple
That
pants.
looks so weird. I
purple
skip like
pants.
that.
That'd be
Yeah.
terrifying. So he starts weaving this all together, and because you guys didn't negotiate on the
Index
price
will
before now.
expand with you.
So no,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. It is more or less like this is looking like a fancy superhero suit, more or less. It is kind of a polymer that they're using on you.
Okay.
But it is to complement with your gold. He's got like a kind of a maroon color waistcoat and pants to match. There are like a deep black boot going over your feet, and you are the undershirt under this waistcoat, it does leave space to kind of show a little bit of chest, knowing that you have no chest hair because he is seeing you. But he's not actually doing much with the undershirt because are you wearing your cloak? Is that thing staying?
Sure. Yeah. Do you think it'll work well? Compliment?
Does it grow with you?
No, it doesn't.
Do you want it to?
Sure.
Cash signs in his eyes again.
Yeah.
And like he takes that off of you, but like the end of it being a very, very nice. It is a deep maroon red outfit for you. So he obviously didn't have more feathers to work with.
Sure.
But the cloak itself doesn't look inherently different. It looks a little bit longer, but to the naked eye, it doesn't look drastically different.
Okay. Cool.
And then he finishes off with a like floppy beret.
Yeah.
Also maroon kind of in color, but as your eye color changes, the outfit itself kind of changes as well. So like kind of to complement however you wish it to. Love it. So he comes out, Kyle, platinum. He goes, platinum? Platinum? And like he's like, okay, so we have the hat, we have the waistcoat, we have the pants, we have the boots, we have cape. Cape, fantastic. Okay, that's gonna come out to about 1,500 gold.
1,500 gold. Okay. You're probably old.
I think the moment he starts asking you about all the things you want, I just stepped outside. I'm literally outside the front door. I'm like, I know this. I know a hustle when I see one.
I'm also outside.
Money. Can I?
Wait, am I? I thought he was.
Oh, it's not a hustle. He provided a service.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. No. I thought he was holding onto your money. I wasn't trying to be like that.
Money.
Money, please.
Money now.
So, can we have that charged to the Archpriest Hycanus?
Why?
Because we're here on his behalf.
We're the guests. For the
I
gala.
apologize, but I don't know you. That's very pretty. You should have told him to incorporate that.
Yeah. Well,
That's nice.
yeah.
Just
that's
holding
our
it.
official badge.
That's nice. This is our official store.
Yes.
So I mean, roll a persuasion. I guess it's going to be the closest.
This is not going to go well.
Set the stage.
Let's see.
Here's the scene.
You said
I knew something like that was going to happen. I was like, I'm going to wait
13.
outside. I'm feeding off of the
I
anxiety.
appreciate you're maybe working for Hycanus, but it's going to be 1,500 gold. Thank you.
7, I think you're on your own.
You have my money.
Well, you have the 400, but like, I didn't think we had
What
that
happened
much.
to the money that we had from before? The one that we had from
For the scrying session, for the for all the making of the gold. I don't know how much he's made.
Well, I wasn't sure how under the cuff you guys are saying with that, so I didn't want to say it out loud.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah.
I'm just saying in terms of like the actual total of it. I was like, the biggest things that we've had was the scrying that we had to pay for, which was 1,500.
Wow.
And then we had to pay for us sneaking out, which that was how much did we say? It was like 300 or something.
Yeah, it was because it was going to be higher, and you guys negotiated it down.
And then everything else we've been doing was from individual. I mean, like I haven't been keeping track of your gold for you.
same.
You had?
I thought realistically the last time you had it, because I know you haven't spent it on anything but donuts, which we haven't had a total of. I thought you were at 1,000. So you might be able to just
So I got
that route.
I got probably about like 1,400.
Yeah, because you got the 400 from him to get an outfit. So
I'll help. I'll make a contribution.
yeah, if it's pitched in a little bit, yeah, that's fine. Because I was like, I don't have
Wonderful,
1,500.
wonderful, wonderful. So thank you so much. I'm sure you're going to love it. It's going to be fantastic. Kyle does amazing work. Yeah, I do. It's freaking-tastic. Give us a twirl.
You're gonna twirl.
Give him a twirl.
I do a little twirl, and I kind of like finish the twirl with like a little foot pop. So, like, yeah.
So there's no change in the outfit whatsoever. You just did a really pretty twirl. I was like,
Cool.
yeah, that looks good. That's some.
Mine-
I've never clothed a you before, so that really works out.
Can we see it big?
Yeah. And I sort of, I'd probably step outside first because I imagine if I grow big in here, it's not gonna.
The moment that you guys start mentioning like, "Was he big?" Like because you told Kyle you grow, he's like, "Oh no, outside, please, outside."
Yeah. All right.
But he follows out. He wants to see this.
So
All
does
right,
it come
so
with a warranty?
I go outside and I rage. So
You're good.
Well, that,
He goes Super Saiyan in the middle of the
that
street.
price itself is enough to rage
Yeah, the
about.
price would. I would rage if you told me how much the jacket.
There we go.
yeah.
So you do that, and you grow, and the your cape itself also extends. So now it goes down to floor length on you.
Nice.
That's cool.
Majestic.
Although he had no feathers to add to it, the feathers that you do have currently, as you expand, it kind of fills the rest of it out. So it looks more like it's more along the design of stars on a night sky. It doesn't actually look like it, but that's more or less. It's just kind of scattered around. It doesn't look fantastic, but it's function over fashion at that point.
Sure.
But yeah, your clothes grow with you. It does get a little bit tight chested in the chest, like just a little bit. But aside from that, it's fantastic.
I mean, look at you. You look good.
You hear a whoa from behind you as like there's this kid just like it's like the little kid from The Incredibles is like that was totally awesome, like kind of situation.
I was expecting like a dude roar.
Oh, there are definitely some that are afraid because you're raging. You probably did scream at some point. So yeah, there is some fearful like people are scattering away. Kids, it's more or less the kids that are staying and watching. Cause I was like, that was cool.
Yeah.
That's a good one. That's worth every gold.
It was. I do agree.
You see, it's like, how would you feel if I give you 100 back and you just walk around town big like this?
Yes, sure. Do you have a business card or something to hand out to people if they ask?
And like you see the elven gentleman. Right here we got some parchments you could just hand out. I just made them kind of on the fly, and like you can see the first one is very well handwritten, and then they get sloppier as they go. But yeah, so
Wonderful. Thank you. I appreciate it.
well, thank you, and like he does give the 100 a pouch of 100 gold back.
I probably
Yeah, you're
Yeah, so
essentially
you
going to be a
gotta-
walking billboard for me for like the day if that's okay.
yeah, that's
We'll
fine.
say
Cool,
we're into the
fantastic.
gala, so we're also going there tomorrow
Yeah.
night.
How long can you rage for?
That's a good.
Yeah, we don't need to talk about. We don't.
We're
need to bring-
out of combat,
Oh,
so
I wasn't
it's
sure.
stick
Like,
yet
nah,
best.
I was
okay.
also going to say
Kinda
we don't
weird.
need to bring that up in front of the guy because he thinks he's getting a whole day out of him in that giant billboard outfit. So
That's
Yeah.
true. That's
we don't need to worry about that.
It's
Every
6
so often
seconds
I
without
just-
hitting or taking damage.
So he keeps smacking him.
He's got to
Yeah.
punch himself, or he's got to
Yeah.
do something.
Hey, Seven, look
kick
here.
some rocks.
All right, there you
Yeah.
go.
Boulder.
But yeah, so what else you want to do? You got stretchy pants.
You got
Congratulations.
Wait,
Stretchy pants.
50.
Are there like armories or
There are some. They're not as like as heavy in number as it is in like Volkstadt or something. But yeah, there are some armorers and yeah.
It's good, like if not better quality, if they're in the main place.
Yeah, I mean, we'll say that like you'll see a couple, and again, this place is more on surface level fashion. So
So fancy blades.
yeah, but we're gonna say you could find some trade stores. You could find some stuff.
Probably should have asked Kyle if he could add a pocket to my coat. That's a bag of holding.
I'm just realizing I had a little bit more cash than I thought I did, so I'm looking maybe for a place as like enchanted crossbows or enchanted armor I can get.
Oh.
Because I am rocking some very base stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but you.
well,
Yeah, basic.
Wow.
But you use medium leather, right?
I
Or
use
you did
studded
medium,
leather
but medium.
It's light armor.
Light armor. I don't know why I was
so I
spacing
can
for a
sneak
second.
around.
Yeah. Ooh. So, yeah, there is you can hear well enough first before you see it. The clanging of a hammer on a metal, or
Best sound ever.
it really is. It's like, oh, I'm now orientated as where I am in the city.
Mhm. Get a little bit more comfortable.
But yeah, so you're able to see this place. There's just simply a sign with an anvil out in the front. Honestly, amongst these other buildings, looks a little bit more basic in nature.
Even better.
But yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, if she's not going in, I'm gonna go in.
No, yeah, we're both walking in.
Oh yeah. So there's
Hello?
there's a string
Darren
of
followed
a
us
little
for fun.
little bell, and you do see a couple of dwarves. You see one female or bearded dwarf just kind of hammering away. Is what you're hearing is her going to work on some metal. And you see another male dwarf, lightly not as stocky, working the billows for her. As soon as the bell goes off, he kind of turns, and the billows are in the forge itself is a little bit more back. There's an open space above it, so that smoke billows up instead of in. And he's still billowing. He's like, "Oh, what can I do for you guys?" He's just billowing away.
Jeez. I mean, we're new to town. We're just checking things out.
Oh, okay. Are you looking for anything specific?
I've been carrying around gear that's seen a lot of wear and tear now, and although it's been really good, I need something that has a little bit extra oomph, either in the protective department or maybe in the subduing department.
Yeah. Either or.
Okay.
I'm typically a person that likes to, although I fight close, I stick to crossbows of sorts or.
Okay,
like
so
to
more
be
ranged.
nimble.
More ranged. Okay. Crossbows are nice. Do you prefer like a heavy or a light? What are we talking here?
Medium for me, but
I have my heavy crossbow, but it has a lot of sentimental value to it. I do have this other. Are we allowed to like carry around town, or is there
carry.
stuff like?
No one stopped him. Yeah.
good. Right to bear arms, baby.
Let's say
For now.
I show off my like huge heavy crossbow with the faithful agree. Then I also pop out my one magical hand crossbow. That's just like a +1 hand crossbow, and the other like basic hand crossbow.
Sure.
Like I have these. But then I'm also maybe looking at upgrading my protection. It's very basic studded armor. I don't know.
So
what do
you-
you have?
You pull out the crossbows, and it's the female dwarf that kind of like the hammering is like not as intense as she's like turning to kind of look before she kind of stops altogether while he keeps billowing. But she speaks up like, "Oh, those are fine pieces right there. Those are fine pieces indeed. So we can definitely get you something. I got some things made in the back of her." Just very fast talking the entire time, as opposed to the movements you were just saying were slow and mythological.
Methodical.
Mythological.
Mythologically.
It's mythological.
speaking.
It looks like a
She
dragon.
makes some amazing stuff.
Yeah, apparently.
But so in terms of crossbows, I can get you something that won't be a problem there. We can get you some light armor, and also a problem either. Honey, do you want to take the reins from here? And like she goes back and like she hammers a little bit before she quenches it. And there is a slight, you hear a pop as she quenches it, and she pulls it out, and there's now a nice warp, and she's like, "Damn it!" And she just throws it away, and there's a pile of just bent metal. As much as there is like beautiful stuff around you, it's the discards and everything. So the male dwarf comes up. He's like, "Hello, I am Waver Blessed Stone, and it's Wevur Waver, Waver Blessed Stone." And
What's the
it's-
surname from?
so it's believed that in her family, because I took my wife's last name, that one of her ancestors actually worked on a forge that was literally a stone that was blessed by a god, and so that's kind of where it came from. That's the rumor. I don't know if it's true or not, but yeah, that's my wife Vorbilda over there. So yeah, let's see what we can get you. And Now, did you say that you were wanting to replace the crossbow or like upgrade it? Like, what's
If
the
we're going
intention?
to do something with the heavy crossbow, that would be upgrading it because she wants to keep like the sentimental. So like at best, it'd be like replacing the limbs
Okay.
of the heavy crossbow.
Okay.
But then like the hand crossbow, it would just be like replacing it in its entirety.
Is it a magic crossbow again? I apologize. Is it a magic crossbow?
She has one magical hand crossbow, one
Yeah.
non-magical hand crossbow, and then the heavy crossbow is
Okay.
standard.
So, I asked all that, and I'm going to bounce to the other. In terms of the armor first, because that's kind of like it's personalized, but it's not as personalized as you necessarily need it to be per se. We got plenty of stuff over here. And you said medium armor over there and light armor over here. So we got kind of both going on. Is there, aside from the oomph, is there anything kind of specific you'd like to try and achieve with it?
Maybe something that gives us to like, I mean, if possible, a resistance to poison.
Okay.
I mean, realistically, I'm just needing protection. So,
But like a
armor's always
resistance to
good.
poison.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Say no more.
Yeah, resistance to poison.
So we don't take a long sleep again.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're getting at, but I don't know why. Sidebar. I don't know why you're asking. Did you bring it up with them?
No.
Oh, okay. I was like, armor to protect ourselves from it. Is that what you're meaning?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Well-
With poison resistance, poison resistance and protection are
Well-
our main things that we're looking for.
Just because I do have in armor of resistance, where we can more or less make it whatever you like. We do acid, poison. We could do fire, lightning, thunder, whatever you like. We can kind of format it for you. Or if you want it be significantly higher, but we could make it resistance to all of it, but the price jumps significantly.
Yeah. No, I would assume that. I mean, I wasn't going for anything too crazy. That's why I originally was just looking at like a +1 or something. Nothing. I don't got a ton, so that's why I was just trying to make sure, see what you had.
Yeah, let's see. Talk about prices. About
Yeah,
what?
so it kind of depends. So we got kind of our more basic stuff going over here, and those are kind of your like self attributes. Like we got like haste. We can make you a little bit stronger. We can make you maybe hide a little bit better. I'm shifting into like
It's cool. It's cool.
Let's go with it.
That's all right.
But,
Go with it.
But yeah, if you're wanting something a little bit more like resistance or something like that, it is a little bit pricier. So the base ones are more like around 100 gold, and then kind of going up from there, like 200 for like your resistance stuff. We have like really good work stuff, but it does jump to like 500 minimum when it comes to those.
So what do you mean? Five like they're really good. Like what is?
Top shelf. Yeah, give us an example of a top shelf.
So like a top shelf is more like armor of immunity.
I gotcha.
And going up from there.
Yeah.
So kind of like the resistance only immunity, you'd pick it and
You're set.
yeah.
Ooh.
So
Yeah.
that'd be jumping up, and that's that is a top shelf. It's not exactly 500, but is around there, a little bit higher,
Okay.
kind of depending. But that's a top shelf one. Yeah.
I think my main question, I would say, so I'd be willing to work on a medium armor if you can do a resistance to poison, like a breastplate or something. But do you guys handle like holsters, things like that? I'm not running what he's running, and like I'll show them my gun.
I mean,
But,
it looks like basic leather work.
Yeah, well, the kicker I want though is I want it to be returning. So if it gets out of the holster, I want it to be able to come back to the holster.
Oh.
You get my drift?
Oh.
So nothing too crazy because I know it's so that's what I'm thinking. So if you're talking like that, I just need a breastplate that's resistant to poison, or like a +1 or something, and then I just need a holster for this bad boy, which like I'll let you obviously get the specs on it. I just need it to be returned so it can return to the holster. I have it for my knife already, but I just need one for my gun.
So for all intents and purposes, this is
Yeah.
Wes speaking now. It would essentially be like a belt of returning, only a holster.
Yep. That's what I'm looking for. So either that or like
Oh yeah, I think we could possibly do that. We need the gun
Yeah.
to stay in order for us to like
I
code
would-
it more or less to it.
how long you thinking?
Well, I mean the premise is something that we've already done before, but is there any properties on the gun that we need to know about that we don't kind of cause an explosion?
I think that if that's the case, because this is my own design, I would have to I would have to stay here and help, because I can't just leave it and you guys poke and prod. It's got some things, but I can stay here and consult.
Well, if you want, we can sell you the materials
Okay.
and the equipment you would need to make it, and we could definitely guide you in the process.
Okay.
Now, standard, it's about 150 gold.
Okay.
What we could do, since we're selling you, basically you're doing the work, we're just selling you the materials and the space, maybe 50 gold.
Okay. So how about for everything together? Because I definitely like what you got going on. I'll do 300 gold for the armor and the harness. Is that
We
fair?
could do that.
Okay.
Not a problem. And like he will pull like the armor off of a dummy, and it is a +1.
For breastplate.
Yeah, we can get
I
you
don't
a
want the
breastplate.
half plate.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
Yeah, I don't want the.
Yeah, it'd be a +1, and then just be and I'll get you a armor of resistance with poison.
Cool. All right.
If you could write that down for me, though.
Yes. I'm gonna write that down right
and
now.
then, or just send it to me on like Facebook Messenger, and I can send it back to you. And then, his wife or Bilda is getting the materials for you. So, I mean, it's more or less what leather.
Yeah.
But there are some magical components that you have to weave into it, so she's getting all that kind of stuff together. And as Waver is finishing up with Tony's like, so in terms of armor, light. So anything kind of tickling your fancy you might be wanting to find.
How much would a studded leather armor with that resistance to poison enchantment be?
So it's about 200 for the medium. So it'd be about 100 for light armor. Wouldn't be a problem at all for you. No, we could do the same thing. So would you like it studded? Would you like it padded? What would
A studded, please.
Yeah. So same thing. Just send me like a Facebook message of that, and I can get it to you.
And then as far as the
crossbows.
weapons, yes.
Yes. So I can either make modifications onto a crossbow that you have, or I can get you an all new crossbow. Not a problem at all. So
But yeah, like what can you manage for price points? I mean,
So for adding an enchantment, it depends on the enchantment. Obviously, if we're adding kind of something a little bit more minuscule on it, we have a base of 75 gold. So like that's the lowest threshold. Everything is going to be there and up. If we were wanting to add something like, say, I don't know, you fare better with arrows hitting this type of creature, then yeah, that'd be like a base 75 gold. If you're wanting something more specific, something a little bit equivalent of like doing volley or something, as it fires, instead of just firing one, it turns into like many. It's going to shoot up significantly in prices and everything like that. So it just kind of, it's more or less you kind of tell me what you're thinking, and I can tell you about base price, what you'd be looking at.
maybe for now, I'm maybe just looking at upgrading both of my offhand crossbow and my heavy crossbow to just for mechanics' sake, so +1.
Oh yeah, that won't be a problem. We can do that for there'll be two of them, so we'll just say 75 apiece together, 125. So if you want the armor, 100, 125, 225 for the armor and the increasing them. And that's just because you're kind of getting a bunch of stuff right now.
In that case, I'll just throw in. I have a rapier, and I just
I
Or
no, I,
ta-
t-
oh,
I
oh, you
take
take
like
it off. Yeah.
yeah, I take like the entire like sheath and belts
Whole kit and caboodle.
and head over. Maybe if you have time,
You said it was rapier.
yeah, it's just a rapier.
You just want to make it +1. You don't want. You want to make it +1. No, you want to just make it a +1. Or are you adding anything specific to it?
Ours isn't as exciting as going to a tailor,
just
but
a
it is
plus one.
way more important.
Just +1.
I just want to drive
Okay.
that point. home.
So how about we call it even 300 for everything? Making enchanting all of them to make the weapons to be +1.
How much? Sorry, individually was the rapier? Because I've been subtracting things.
Essentially, it's going to be 75 for the weapons each, and then, I mean, that's kind of, no offense, but for them right now, that's kind of the low end of their stuff that they have to do.
yeah.
And you do see, like, I'll even say that you guys see, like, I'm gonna
Low
say
end for
stacks
them,
of weapons
big for me.
that are by a sharpening stone and everything, but there are a bunch of them that it's more or less kind of what they see. Unfortunately, is a lot of just making things look shiny around here, shiny and sharp.
That's terrible.
Fashion over function.
Yeah.
So
Maybe like the last order of business.
that's also why you guys are kind of getting like you're giving them something actually to do. So
yeah.
I'm not sure if it's considered contraband around here, but do you have explosive crossbow bolts?
Well, actually, yeah. Wait. Do you guys have gunpowder?
I don't know what gunpowder is, but we do have an explosive powder on the back.
I would like.
I mean, we use it
I would
for
like
we
to
used
Is it
it.
black and grainy?
Well,
I
no,
mean,
no,
you
no,
use
like,
it to blast out like holes and everything whenever you need to get to quarries and whatnot. And I mean, it's not that different. Realistically, you would know it's not that different from gunpowder.
Yeah.
It's just gunpowder.
It's not the same thing.
Yeah.
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 How much would it cost to enchant my rapier? If I wanted to add like, I don't know, shocking damage or something.
I'm liking I like you guys are giving us stuff to do. I'm gonna call it 75.
Take it.
Let's do it. So
I unclasp my
whatever
rapier.
I'm changing, send me a Facebook message of so that I can get it and I can put it in your guys' inventories.
Let me check.
Just like
I'm looking at the same thing for my sword. I seem to suffer from a lack of luck.
Oh, hi. That's a good one right there. That one is going to be a matter of I'm going to have 250 just for that alone. Luck is pretty. It's easy to do the first time if you can get it the first time. Otherwise, it takes it's luck in it of itself. But yeah, 250 for luck. So
he pulls out his long sword and he looks at it and he's like, it's a standard long sword. It's like nothing
Yep.
fancy. It's like if you can add that to one of those somewhat nicer blades. I want nothing gaudy, but a finer look.
I could do that. It's not a problem. It's like I'd be doing that. As she speaks up in the background, she can do that. But yeah, 250 for it, not a problem. And so I'll again just whatever I'm getting for you or doing, just send it to me in a Facebook message. But it would essentially be like you would roll with advantage. Yeah,
Then
there'll be a little bit more specs on it, but that's the gist of it off the cuff.
Darren's gonna pull out his coat. So you've heard of those bags where you can put a lot of stuff in it and it never gets any heavier?
Hi, and you just and like there's a hammer and chisel just pop right up.
It was like I have that
He's
too.
gonna be super excited. He's gonna be like, yes, can you make that a pocket?
No.
You need, that's probably like a
Should've
enchanted
asked the
tailor.
tailor.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah,
What do you have?
there is an enchanted down the road. He might be able to help you out, but I don't deal with bags of holding. I just bought it.
I'll say
It's very handy, and like because you've seen like
Yeah,
the
they're
he's
awesome.
taking, that's what he's putting in.
They're awesome. Yeah.
So excited for him.
Wait, what did we,
I'm just literally gonna walk out of the store and walk down the road.
Oh my god.
what did we land with the explosive crossbow bolts? Is that a
Oh, sorry.
The blast-
Well, because
yeah.
we asked about the material.
Is it
So
blasting
like,
powder? Is that what you're like out of game? Is it blasting powder? Not
yeah,
gunpowder?
it's blasting powder.
Okay.
But so I don't have any pre-made bolts to do anything like that.
We just buy the powder off of you.
It's heavily regulated.
Oh.
the issue is, so there are very few people here in town that can actually even have it. And we are one of them because we are an armorer.
I mean, like, what would say, while I'm obviously making my stuff with your guys's, just a little bit somehow goes into the making process, and I'll give a coin, give a gold coin. Like, we're traveling a lot, and we're not trying to take anything, but we're on
It would
official
depend on
business.
how much you're needing. If it just a little bit falls in,
Like 2 horns worth, like 2, like, you know, like those little cones. You know what I'm talking about?
I think another gold worth might make it possibly happen.
Oh, I'll slide another one.
It's
Yeah,
just like
I'll do- oh, yeah.
wings and like, and you do see like there is he nods over to his wife and like she kind of goes back and there is some rummaging. You just hear movement and rummaging and rustling, and she comes back out and she kind of looks like 2 drinking horns, and she just kind of puts them in front of her and him respectively, like they are about to get a drink from a horn. Don't think this should be a problem at all.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then anything else with them? If you want to come by a bit later, before dinner though,
Yeah.
I don't like missing my meal. He don't like doing it at all. If he ever misses his meal, then he gets all cranky, and then I got to deal with him.
If it's leather work, I got the stuff back at home actually. So if that's all it is, because I got it back in my room.
So are we
Or
helping you with the
you mean
process or not?
Oh yeah, you mean the breastplate and stuff? Yeah. I can come by later. That's not a problem.
I thought that we were going to give you. So you know how to do it. You don't need us to show you how to do it. Oh, here are your drinks, sir. And he just hands you 2 horns.
Thank you very much.
They have caps and straws. No, I'm just kidding. But they are capped.
I got
But
it.
anything else from them? So yeah, if you guys want to come back a bit, well, your breath the modifications are going to be ready later.
Yeah.
If you're buying off the rack right now, it is ready now.
Oh,
so like
okay.
your breastplate is
Yeah.
good to go. Your armor is good to go.
Yeah.
Your weapons that are getting upgraded though, that you will have to leave them.
Yeah.
Yep. Cool. So, you're walking
Going
out.
back to the tailor, I guess.
Yeah.
So you're going to the tailor?
He wants to go check out the pockets.
Was that what he was?
He said he can go to an enchanter.
Okay, well then I'm going to.
So yeah, and there kind of similarly, there is a kind of orb sign off of a building, and you cross in, and there is a darker skinned. It's not quite black. A little bit lighter. So I'm gonna say like a charcoal gray, like a heather gray, kind of like the grays we got going on here with Will and Will and Jack shirts. But she's got these massive black horns though that stick out from their head, go backwards, and then curl back forwards, and they're gold tipped at the front. She has these vibrant blue eyes, and you see like this kind of white tattoo going down the side of her neck as she's wearing these long blue robes. Be like, hello, how can I help you today?
Wow, look at this place.
Yes, and it is, you see, from components to scrolls to books to wands, staves, arcane foci.
So the wonderful dwarven couple down the road, they said that, I think they're a couple. Actually, I'm not sure.
They're
They
married.
make armor.
The Bloodstones are married.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah.
They said that you do bags that hold a lot of stuff.
And she just like motions down to her right, and there's like different bags of holding. There's like, you got your patchwork ones up there. You got your kind of nicer ones. You have your Rolls Royce, like bedazzled ones.
So could you
You could have just used mine. No, you
make
couldn't.
a
Never mind. You
pocket of
couldn't.
holding on, say, a fancy coat?
The premise is the same. Should be able to do it, not a problem.
How much would that cost?
It's going to cost you about 250.
I don't know how much money I have.
You didn't even look. It was just like you're walking in, man, like I want all
Because I'm
of
not
this.
enchanting the pocket. I'm enchanting the coat.
coat's already enchanted, isn't it?
My coat's not.
Oh,
It
I
was
thought
just the fancy coat that I bought.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you meant the other one that. Like,
This was the fancy coat you just bought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My bad.
Okay.
Do it.
225. I have that right now.
Persuasion.
Cash.
Persuasion.
Gold.
Gold.
And we're off.
Gotta be good.
Off to the races.
15.
225. Okay.
I like you.
Give me the coat.
You could have gone lower.
What's your name?
Oh, my name is Jerris. Gerris.
Oh, I thought it would have been a J. We're doing the GIF pronunciation.
Just rip the cord. Just rip it. Just do it. Do it. Like the sneakier makes it worse. That's the thing. Because then you're like, oh, no, too loud. Stop.
So I pass over the coat
Okay.
and that 225,
Okay.
and then I'm just gonna kind of
Like the moment you put it like in her hand with these very long nails, like it almost like there's a poof of light and you see the coins itself disappear.
That's pretty cool. I do like that a lot.
That was pretty cool.
I do like that.
I do cool things. Obviously. And she like motions her entire
We're
story.
gonna have to talk magic at some point. Not right now, but soon.
Fair enough, if you're around town long enough.
Don't look at
I
their
really
books.
like you.
Don't look at their books. Just get out of there.
I am gonna go look around the store because that's you open the floodgates. That's what happens.
True story.
I'm out of money. I can't buy anything else.
So, I mean, there's a bunch. They're basic, kind of your basic, like Arcana 101 books, going from everything from sigil writing, and like kind of the basic. I'm not gonna say parlor trick, but like cantrip kind of books and everything. There are scrolls that are rolled up. Some of them have insignias on them, like there's a little on the wax seal there's like a fire emblem or a lightning emblem. Some of them there's even like a Red Cross health, like the cross.
Oh, yeah.
on some of them. You do see some potions behind her on some shelves and everything, varying in the shapes of the flask, but they all seem to have the same liquid in it, just various shades. So, is there anything you're looking for specifically?
Well, I think that what you're doing already is exactly what I'm looking for. You're fantastic, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
I'm gonna be back. I'm definitely gonna be back.
You might bring donuts.
Anytime you want, we're here.
A lot of sexual tension here.
She's just vibing.
She's vibing.
She's vibing. But
I got work to do. I want to go back to my room.
okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna head back.
Especially if we have to. I
Yeah,
gotta say,
to the
especially if you have
inn,
to wait
whatever it
anyways
is.
for them to do the pocket. And the gala's tomorrow, right?
Tomorrow night.
Cool.
Felix is just making bombs.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. I'm not making bombs.
For me.
No. Out loud. Okay.
No, I'm not
I know
making
you're
bombs.
Hey, I know you're excited, but we don't need to be saying that we're making bombs, let alone somebody else. Jeez. Jeez.
I'm not
There's
making
no
bombs.
TSA.
I'm making them tomorrow.
Fantasy. Yeah.
But there was a TSA.
Yeah.
You guys walked through the longest TSA line in the world.
But we're past them. We can do
Oh, that's
whatever we
true.
want now.
I actually have pre-check. So
Yeah.
Lies. No, I'm just kidding.
In this day and age, all the fancy people probably do. They probably have already paid to be pre-checked
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
them, like this dystopian future. Yeah.
Yeah, they checked Harconus when he came in.
So when you guys came in, you got patted down
Mhm.
when you came in and when you came out, because it was a long time going through that mountain.
Yeah.
You don't know what else is going on though, because you guys didn't take an effort to look. So for all you know, you could have been passing through checkpoints you don't even know. Don't even know.
No, I was just saying Harcanus. Did they pat him down or they let him go?
Oh, they patted everybody. Yeah.
Yeah, they checked everybody.
Everybody gets.
So see, maybe not.
I think they actually got his book and like shook it. See if anything came out.
Yeah.
So when we get back to the inn,
The hotel. It is not an inn.
Hotel.
We are staying at a fancy place.
This is a
fancy
five-place. Because
The
remember,
place
you
we're
got the
sleeping
roared-in
at.
Gamzee underneath at the bottom.
Yeah, that's what it
staying at
was.
Or that's right.
The Duke of he slayed the Duke of Wellington, or what was it? What did we say it was?
Weathelton.
No,
No. It's a beef Wellington, but
it's like a dragon, and he slayed it, and so yeah.
using only a spatula.
No, it's a Hydra because that's how he can keep doing it to make
Oh,
the
yeah.
he's coming back. It's
Makes
just
sense.
in a den down there, and he has to fight it.
Just
every
a false Hydra.
night. Yeah. Oh God.
Man,
We're
that's
like
why everything
Super 8
looks
right now.
amazing.
We wouldn't know.
Yeah, we wouldn't.
Wouldn't know. That's good. All right. So anything else?
Just gonna go find
Going
Ren's room.
You're finding what?
Ren's room.
Okay. Role play.
Knocking on Knocking on the
And
door.
scene.
Come in and you obviously, I'm guessing you go in and you see Ren just like whittling on some wood.
Wood shavings all everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh,
She's making herself home.
that's great. I can't.
Concierge.
Man,
You get such a sneak eye.
He's gonna
stink
have
eye whenever
such
you
a-
guys walk in.
He's gonna have such a rough time too.
So, when we were at the armor earlier, you were talking about trying to figure out ways to like catch people. Do you want this? I'm gonna pull out the rope from that we got from the Grand Rose. So
Is that like the one silver rope that?
it is.
Is that elvish rope that you can
It's
tug on it
the-
and it comes undone?
The rope of entanglement. Would this help?
It's a Frodo rope.
It's a great rope.
I mean, in the moment, I was trying to come up with a more kind word for what we typically do,
But I mean, in
minus
all
the head
fairness,
popping. But
Out of all of us, this seems like you would benefit from it
Make a
much more than anyone else. So, I think you should probably take it.
I mean, if we have to do a heist later, I'll remember.
I'm just gonna hand you the rope.
Yeah. So, how was your first night settling in?
It was interesting. O'Darren is like, lying is not great for O'Darren, so. I would
If
say
you're
Ren
lying, I need
probably-
deception checks.
I would say Ren's on the other end of that spectrum. And
Yeah.
can pick up bullshit.
If
in
you're
a
lying,
drop
I
of
need
a hat.
deception checks.
I have a +4 to insight.
Hey, getting
I
caught.
think,
Well,
I think it would probably be persuasion because it would have been a relatively good night for me.
Are you lying?
Taking
No.
psychic damage is a
Okay,
good
persuasion
night.
then.
I found out information.
Okay.
Because if you were lying, I'd say
So
persuasion all the
I
way.
would say that, and I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's the same thing, but it's a 12.
21.
Oh,
You see through his bullcrap.
I mean, it wasn't a bad night.
Yeah, it was really fun just getting to kick around and make this place home. Do what we always do and, get up to our usual hijinks and dirty up the place.
Right. And that concierge was just really rude. So making a mess just sounds like the right thing to do.
So what did you do in your room to make him mad?
spilled his own
I
blood.
haven't really done anything yet. But I can. Well, I probably shouldn't do that.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't pop a head in the room. Probably not the most.
Listen, that was an accident. Kind of.
What else is an accident with you, O'Darren? Is it opening up a book that can possibly hurt your friends?
No one said the book was hurting anyone. And I didn't even say that I looked at the book.
I'm replaying what happened. I'm like, I don't think you did. You just found him stroked out on the floor.
Yeah,
Find him
and
so
he
bad.
didn't tell anybody.
I'm
I didn't tell
just
anybody yet.
making sure that nothing bad has happened. Has anything bad happened to you?
Eldon's good at keeping secrets.
If something really bad happens, I'll tell you.
And this isn't like a subjective bad. Like this is the objective bad. Where like if you got hurts. Not like, ooh, I got hurt, but I learned something.
Man, I'm seeing all the loopholes he's trying to jump through his mind right now.
Hey, when you deal with the Fae, baby, you gotta.
But it's literally Fae on Fae right now.
It is Fae on Fae.
Fey on Fey violence.
Agreed. If I get her physically, I'll let you know.
No.
Perception check.
If you get hurts.
Like emotionally?
In any context of the word, hurts.
Okay. If I get hurt, I will let you know.
Okay. But if you put any of us in danger, I'm killing you.
Man, that was the best PS I've ever heard in a conversation.
If you're getting us in danger, I'm hurting you. Slams the door.
We're friends, but I'm also friends with everybody else here, and that means if you hurt a single hair or feather on them, that puts our friendship in jeopardy.
It was never and will never be my intention to hurt any of you.
Okay. I've just dealt with people who thought I thought they had good intentions, and they've hurt people we both called friends, and I'm not going to deal with that again.
But I will say that, like you, I am trying to find out information about someone.
Okay.
And like you, there's only a few ways to find it.
Just make sure you are apprised of the cost.
Fair enough. I'm gonna leave.
And see.
Like
A
that.
dark cloud. No, I'm just kidding. So I like how Will got choked up when you said like a hair or a feather. I'm like, you don't have either. You're just wearing a cloak.
Yeah.
So
You have feathers on that cloak.
Well, the feathers, I think.
so the cloak will be fine.
Yeah.
7 can die. I'm just kidding.
Technically,
So
If that's the loophole you go through,
I
All hands are
saw
off.
his loophole. I saw it the moment he said it.
it's only 7, sir. It's okay.
The loophole was
You said
I don't need to tell you about my past injury.
that's correct.
Yeah.
Correct. You said I promise. If something happens, I will tell you. Not I will tell you if something has ever happened.
Yeah.
But okay. So anything else before maybe we time skip to picking up your guys' stuff?
do you need me to roll to make explosive bolts?
I will. You can
'Cause I
give
wanna
me
do that.
either Arcana. No, it's not Arcana. This isn't magical.
Let's say sleight of hand or
No.
pouring
Dexterity.
explosives. That's the only reason why I was saying. But
Be dexterous.
or sorry, yeah, I said sleight of hand. Never mind.
Yeah, let's do sleight of hand. Yeah. You need to make.
I'm only using one horn's worth though, but 'cause I'm not. Oh my gosh.
Okay. So you're using 1 horn's worth. How many are you trying to make?
I mean, it's. I don't know if this is a safety check and then number check or. 'Cause, like, that's your call.
How many are you making?
I mean, I'm trying to make them to where it's not like they're going to be. Well, actually, probably.
Make a test one.
Well, I wouldn't even say that. I'd pop out. I literally just pop my head out of the hall. Hey, Rand!
I open my door up. Yes.
Get in here. And just leave the door open.
Best pickup lines ever.
Hey,
I-
get in here. Works every time. No, so let me like close the door. Sound effects, yeah, let's do that. What do you want to accomplish with these? Like, are you talking like just person in front of them or people around them? Or are you talking like bedlam?
like an explosion.
Okay, but I know a person of your stature, like you want to know what these are going to be able to do. And explosions, you know,
Well, to me, like,
Do you want this to be a controlled explosion, like the person I hit and then the people around that person?
Yeah.
Or are you talking like room clearer?
is there a difference?
Oh, honey, there is a difference. That's the difference between a firebolt and a fireball.
I've never seen either of. Well, I've seen a firebolt, but I've
You've
never seen.
You've never seen a fireball?
I didn't know any of us is capable of that.
Just because I'll bring her over and I still have a scroll of fireball, just in case.
Isn't that?
I'm not gonna use it.
Isn't that like a weapon of
Building
mass
burns down.
destruction?
Yeah, it is.
I was gonna say you're really gonna piss off the concierge.
I know. When we leave, no.
And you're
uh,
walking.
The whole place
I don't
down.
even unravel it, but I'm just like, yeah, no, that's yeah.
And
so
they let
there's
you
a
walk in
difference.
here with that?
They didn't stop. Well, you see, I have this magic bag that I can put things in, and it just fits a ton of stuff. Nobody's made a name for it yet, but who knows? I'm going to. But the question I have is, like, what are you wanting from it? Like, what do you want it to do? If you want it to be a room clearer, I mean, that's gonna, like, realistically, I think that's like one full, like, either one or two bolts would be from my one horn. Because
I'm just thinking of like the biggest thing we've fought, which might be like that whole crystal shenanigans.
Oh yeah.
okay. So realistically, I want to try and make 4 because that'd be like hit target and
2
then,
per
like,
horn.
Yeah.
Then if you want to make it so, give me some sleight of hand check. Give me 4 sleight of head. Sleight of head.
Whoa.
It's a real thing. If you ever watch like Penn and Teller
You get
School us,
stuck in that loop.
there's a sleight of sleight of hand check.
Okay. I'm gonna literally right when she tells me that, I'm just gonna turn around and be like, okay, hey, you might want to stay here because any sudden movement might set this off.
Boom. I'm just kidding.
Click.
I don't even know what there is.
That is the sleight of hand. That's that was an 11.
Okay. Roll the other 3.
Roll the other 3.
You said you were making 4,
Oh
right?
yeah. That's also an 11.
Okay.
What the fuck?
That is a 6 plus 12, 18.
Okay.
6, 14.
You've made 4 of them. You're not 100% sure on the potency of all 4 of them. Yeah, but you've made 4 of them.
Fair enough. I'll here you go. As I steadily give her the 4.
I'm getting.
I would put these.
It's almost comedic how you're being handed green arrow, essentially like bolts.
I just feel like I would keep these in a secure place.
And as long as I'm not next to the thing I'm shooting with,
Yeah, don't be point blank.
We will be okay.
Don't be point. And I would not like to be point blank, please. That's all I care about.
That
feels
should
so foreshadowing.
Right.
that should be manageable as long as Seven or Banner aren't.
I mean, I would warn them. We probably should we warn them?
At least one of them.
Let's just keep it between us right now.
No.
And then when we're about to press the button, then we'll tell them.
Shock and awe is a bit fun.
Shock and awe. Hey,
Shock and awe is awesome.
Hey, you know who you're talking to, right? Like I hold the fireball, the scroll up. You know who I'm talking to. Come on now.
Unless the all is all shit.
And I was like, okay, now you can go back to doing what you're doing. I got this other horn I'm working on.
Okay. So
Yeah, that's yeah.
I'm only warning you. I don't really know anything for sure. I just know that O'Darren's being funky.
Darren's always funky.
No, but like
funky.
I don't know. He was
like
hiding
more funky than usual.
He was hiding something from me, which I get it.
Yeah.
This one,
Okay.
keep you aware.
Go. I'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah.
Thanks. But all honesty, though, please be careful with those. This is my first time making casings for those for bolts, and I just don't want you to get hurt just by holding them.
I'm pretty sure I'm like the most careful individual in this group.
For story.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I think you're right, even more so than me. Okay, well,
I may be brash, but even the brash actions I take are.
oh yeah, no, I take leaps and strides over caution. Safety rails are just a recommendation. But yeah, okay, I'm just wanted to make sure you knew what you were getting into.
Well, it's an OSHA requirement.
Oh, OSHA would cry. I would say in my room, like it is just
There's so many
organized
surge
chaos,
protectors. So
organized
many-
chaos everywhere. Like I have a stack of just my firearms. Are the leather work is another station. Oil is somehow here, even though I haven't really done
Yeah,
a ton of oil
yeah.
work. And then just the smell of like fireworks is
Fair
in the
enough.
room.
Okay.
I'm making my part in messing up my room.
Anything else? Banner, Eldon, anything? Okay.
I don't have anything.
So what we'll do is we're gonna time jump to you guys going in and picking that stuff up, and maybe grabbing some walk and talk food on the way back. Maybe like a kebab or something.
I was thinking kebab.
Do they have calzones in this magical world?
Ooh, of course.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, Darren will tell everyone about the enchanter in case they're interested.
So you guys get your stuff. So there is some nightlife and everything. Do you guys? What do you want to do? You heading back, getting some sleep?
going
night.
back. I'm going to explain what a calzone is to you, to Seven, because I think Seven, this would be
It's
another-
glorious.
It seems
It's
like
almost like a milestone for
it's
Seven.
like a meat jelly donut.
It's one thing. It's stuffed with pizza. It's a
You've
pizza.
never,
calzone.
no, he's
Have you never had a meat
I think
pie?
the interaction is it's like a pizza. What's a pizza? And I'm like, wait a minute, hold
Yeah,
on,
what-
hold on a second.
yeah, what is
Me and
pizza?
Seven
See
need to
some
go
Italian-
get pizza. We need to
Yeah.
go find pizza. Like
You-
I'm just
you
running
see-
through the street, like where's pizza? Pizza.
You see some halflings with like slick back
There
black
they
hair.
are.
It's like, what do you want, here, buddy? What can we get you?
I need this man a slice of pizza. Give him a piece of pie.
Done. You want anything on it? You just want cheese, or you want something with it?
Hook it up. He's never had one
Oh.
ever in his. He's never had one in his life.
Antonio, we got a supreme. We got a
There
supreme. But yeah, these
will
halflings
take
are
it.
going to town.
We will take it back to our place, and you
So,
have pizza for the first time in your life.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring it.
Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. Because even in this fantasy world, in this realm of make believe, there's still an Italian halfling named Antonio. I love that we have.
I didn't want to go with it, but I mean a stereotypical Italian name. I'm like, but Anthony
Halfling
is right
Italy,
there.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, all the halflings are Italian. I
Great.
mean, if all the dwarves are Scottish, then I mean
That would make
Uh,
sense.
Yeah.
That checks.
Anyway, we'll say you guys get back to your rooms. We're gonna have a night's rest. Get your long rest in if you're not
Long rest.
resting, doing whatever. But we're gonna take our break right
We're
there.
gonna take a rest.
So we're gonna come back in 5 minutes.
Thank you, bud.
Okay, bye. Okay, so we are back. So we time skipped. You guys had sweet Betty by for y'all. If you did sleep, if you didn't do like your meditation or your sleep mode.
Stand by.
I think in my head 7 is an HP. That is where
Oh,
my
I
head
was
is.
saying
He has Windows 13.
At his down point.
It is
I
worse.
honestly
He's
was even
Vista, but
thinking,
at his
like-
best, he's-
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we can get play on him. We can get the Game Pass and play Xbox on 7.
I was
Your head would be a projector.
I was fully expecting like when 7's in standby mode, he just had like the old like Windows XP like screensaver with like the pipes are like going around or whatever.
Do you have pinball on there?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Minesweeper.
So,
Yeah.
so, but the thing is, when you lose, he blows up. So
I'll deal with that.
that's fine. So you guys were able to get some rest and everything. You wake up to the smell of Rorden Gamzee's morning intercontinental breakfast in downstairs.
Chocolate covered croissants. Let's do it, baby.
Yep. Oh, they're not just chocolate covered. Like they got like strawberries inside the dough, so it's a layer of chocolate over the croissant, and inside the croissant is strawberries. But the thing is, the strawberries aren't soggy. They're crisp. They're crisp. Yeah. So you get the warm croissant, but you get the nice crisp. You know what? It's magical what they do here in Sarah in a fantasy setting. And if they are able to do that in real life, I demand.
food, man.
I demand some trademark rights.
Yeah.
But TM.
Yeah.
That's how it works. You did it.
Yep.
It's already trademarked.
That's what The Office just did.
That's the DMTM.
I'll give you 0.5 of Section 3. Okay, so in the morning, is there anything you guys want to do? Like I said, it's not until you guys aren't going to be collected by Hycanus. Doesn't mean you can't try and go and speak with him or anything, but he is specifically not going to seek you guys after until after dinner, so or supper, or second supper if you're a halfling, or would that be first supper? Either way.
So were we able to go pick up?
Yeah, I'm gonna say that you guys were, because there's 2 of them working on most things. They were able to split what they were able to. I'm gonna assume that overnight you were working on your holsters.
Yep.
I'm gonna say it's gonna take most of the night. If anything,
Yeah,
you got
yeah,
a
yeah.
short rest
Yeah, it's
than a long one.
Oh, I'll take that then because I can keep my clicks. That's fine. Short rest.
Did you get your pocket of storage set?
Yeah, I'm gonna say that because you went to the enchanter and there was nothing else that you guys had her do. So, because essentially what happened was there was 2 crossbows, a rapier, and a sword.
Yeah,
So
'cause
they
I
were
just
able to
bought the
split that
armor.
between each other. Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, like your armor was also off the shelf, off the rack. It was not in clearance.
It's
There's
crazy because they had halfling armor just sitting there on a rack. I'll take it.
well, they're magical. They fit to you.
Oh yeah, that's okay.
Too far.
Thank you, Jack.
It's too tight. It's too tight.
And like you gain weight as you adventure, and like
Yeah.
it just grows with you. Be like,
So that way you don't know. Yeah, adventurers don't know if they've gained any weight because
Man,
their armor always fits.
you know how affirming that would be if we had clothes that did that. Be like, man, I'm still the same size I was in high school. No, sir, that's no. The clothes may lie, but the scale does not. But yeah, anything specific you want to do? Again, the day is yours until after supper. So I'm fine with time skipping if you guys want.
I'm good with time.
I mean,
skipping.
realistically, yeah, because I can't think of any.
I think
we'll say
I'd
that-
probably like explore the city.
Yeah,
look
so
around.
there's plenty of like botanical gardens. There's
Do they have
plenty
like
of
a
statues.
tour,
Yeah.
like the duck bus?
So
Yeah.
it's actually one of those you pedal sort of things.
Nice.
Like everyone in tandem pedals. And it's
drinking,
a tap.
pedaling.
Yes,
Oh,
it is.
Yes.
So there's a guy in the back steering it and everything, and a guy in the front and goes through it. But yeah, it's this very whimsical human who goes through this. It is a whole day tour.
I'm going on that too.
Yeah.
I'm probably like tilting the
Do you
bike
guys
The
want-
moment
way
you
off
try to
balance.
pitch that idea to the group, man.
Yeah.
Oh,
We're all in.
Because at one point, near the end, if you so choose and you want to pay a little bit extra, because it's a $5 tour or a 5 gold
say
tour,
dollar.
you pay another 5, and at the end you could put your hands communally on a like centralized crystal ball because there's about 10 of you on it. So it's you guys and like 4 others. Man, I love how specific I'm getting this, and you guys are like, "What's the name, man?"
Yeah.
I don't know.
You are going in.
But when you
hard.
do that, it's almost like you're getting that helicopter view of the city. But so near the end, you're parked, but you're spending about 10 more minutes doing an aerial view, more or less a giant scry over the city, which is really cool. But you may or may not see a mugging or two. You know. But yeah, so that takes a good portion of the day. It was
Nice
very
and bastard by the time we go to this gala.
Right.
Okay, great.
well near the end of it. Well, and we'll say that ends around like 2-ish. So
Neutralize
you
poison
get
on
some
everybody.
sobering up. Well, and that's the
You have
best part.
poison
As
resistance.
you're leaving, you guys are hit with like lesser restorations as you go, so you're sobered right back up.
That would now see that was probably worth the money, right? Then
Yeah.
if somebody tells you like, hey, you won't get hungover, you're like, yeah, right.
Dude, what I'd be like, I'd go on there like poisoned or something and walk out and be like, I'm glad I did that to her.
cheaper than the cleric. Cheaper than going to the going to them. That's the
But,
little like out of towner guide.
This guy's
Somebody
like,
was
this
fully
guy,
sober
I got
and-
athlete's foot, but I walked out clean.
some tour, man.
So,
Jeez.
anything else before we jump to after dinner? Where Rorden Gamzee does make his trademark Wellington.
He slays the beast.
Yeah, Hydra
man.
Wellington.
That's the dinner and a show. He fights it. It's
Hydra
it's
Wellington.
yeah.
Oh, like medieval times.
Man, what if you would just keep the Hydra just satiated, just constrained down below, and you're just chopping off
That's
the
what
tail?
that's what I'm saying.
Oh,
I
man.
think
This
we're
is
one, we're one of its
cruelty.
heads.
It would be.
chop
Oh,
off one of its
PETA
heads.
would have a
This
field
place,
day.
this place would definitely do that.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? Like,
Is it like the Seven Hells Kitchen or something?
Seven Hell's Kitchen? Ooh.
well, we can copyright fight that.
Ooh. No, because you have 7 Heaven. This is 7 Hell.
There needs to be what more than 5 differences for it to actually be something that's a different IP.
7 is spelled out as opposed to being the number.
Okay.
And hell instead of heaven.
Okay.
This place makes food instead of being a lodging.
We also have food. We have the bakery. Remember?
Yep.
We sell food.
Get out of here.
Well, our lawyer will see you.
Get your fantasy lawyer. We got fantasy bureaucracy and fantasy.
Oh, man, I would have a law scene, or I would have a courtroom session.
So the negative is they were probably around first.
Oh, you're right. Let's do the lawsuit. Let's see who wins.
I already said TM. and that's real in this world.
Rourke
Felix,
said
I
more
got
than
this
5
cease and desist letter. Do you know what that means?
They're just afraid.
But the only location is in Zarago, so it's sent there, and they're like, we can't read this.
It's not a real place. Yeah, it's just beads. Hey, can you hold these for a sec? What is this? You've been served. And just leave. Oh, dang it.
Braid. Oh man,
There
we're
we
making fun of cultures.
Belittling cultures. That's white
Cultures
trash.
that I made up. So that's great.
Exactly.
Thanks for making fun of me. I'm kidding. So yeah, breakfast was good. Lunch, don't really remember much because you were drinking.
Yeah.
And then
Mimosas.
the dinner, the Wellington was delicious, especially with like the mustard and like mushroom like crumb around it, and then you get the pastry.
Alright.
It's so beautiful. Like he puts little designs in it. Rorden Gamzee is one of the best.
He is a sorcerer.
Yes. Doors right there, sir.
You can get out.
Everyone communal, you take 13d4.
It's like damage. Yeah, boy.
That did worse than the book did to O'Dare. Okay. So, actually, it was about the same. But I just rolled low. So, after dinner time, you guys are, well, you'll say you're finishing up your food, and Hycanus comes down and is like, whenever you guys are ready, if you need to go change first, I see, yep, 7, you got a little bit of schmutz. You got some schmutz.
He,
Okay, there you go. Okay, good.
it's gonna be like a kid that.
And
has
like
his
you
favorite
think you're
candy.
getting it, and you're just smearing it more. Because you don't have feeling.
Just let me get it. Just let me get it.
Are your fingers tactile? Can you realize surfaces? Okay. We never explored
Yeah,
this
that's
yet.
true.
I mean, yeah.
It's like little rubberized grips.
Yeah. You just like put like
You
tactile
know, like
gloves.
yeah,
on
like
your
on like a
hands.
cell phone or something, like the little rubberized edges. It's like that.
So are you then all ready? Are we able to
I
proceed?
would
Or?
eat and then change because I wouldn't
Okay.
want to risk getting any.
Okay, so
getting my stuff dirty.
another in 20, 30 minutes, and then he's waiting in the lobby. You guys all meet him, and he is he is very well dressed, and like he was dressed well before, but like I mean the everything's been cranked to 11 on what he's doing, and like just the filigree going on. He's got the nice white gloves going on, and even Valentina is dressed. She's not in a dress, but she is more lightly armored this time around. This is more of a fashion than function armor. So you guys all proceed there. And as you're nearing the castle, you hear it before you see them. And it's just the kind of the other lords, ladies, nobles, everyone just kind of weaving in. Kind of that kind of laughs going on, everything. Oh yes, we want our second summer castle on the bay, and just all that going on. It's like, well, I just got my son into the Ivy League. It's covered in real ivy. But
It's like Rigabomb.
Ford F-150.
Chevy Silverado.
But there is, but yeah, you see them kind of going in. Some of them already kind of feeling good from drinking. It looks like almost some of them hopped off, almost like some of them had hopped off the tour and just gone in. But yeah, so as you're all passing through, they are not doing pat downs, but you do have to have an invitation. And you're seeing that these are mostly couples going in. So like man or woman, woman, man, whatever. Because there are various races coming through, pass through here. So they don't do a pat down per se, but you do see on either side two mages, for lack of a better word, who are muttering things as they're like looking over everyone. Are you guys taking your weaponry?
No.
No weaponry?
Nope. Well, I have that like javelin type thing that can expand. I might still keep that just in case because I can conceal it. Everything else, so.
That was loud. I'm sorry. Okay. But everyone else kind of leaving their.
Going in my.
So you are going to
Coat.
bring it, but you're putting it in your pocket?
It's going in my coat.
Nope.
And
Did we
there's-
know beforehand that we could have weaponry?
I would assume.
I mean, there's nothing intrinsically. So the invite that you received from Hycanus, and we'll say even showed you, was just for a gala. It did not state specifics.
So we would have asked Hycanus, I think. So what is it?
So it's not prohibited. It is frowned upon, though, as it could be seen as a sign of distrust amongst those you're with. There's no lack of guards there should something occur, but like I said, it is not prohibited. It's just kind of taboo.
Okay.
But everyone, some people do have ceremonial swords, but they are, and like he almost like rolls his eyes, they are a ceremonial at best.
If that's the case, I'm not gonna bring weapons, but I'm at least gonna be using my slippers of spider climb.
Okay.
And I'm gonna use the rope of entanglement as like a belt around like the midsection.
So you know how like there's like the corded things that on a lot of like royalty and whatnot. You're almost to make it look almost like that. Do you want to have your rapier with you?
But you said it was frowned upon.
Frowned upon, but there are ceremonial weapons that are allowed. So for all they know,
I'll play it off as ceremonial, maybe.
okay. Likewise, anyone else? We'll go retro.
I don't know.
I got my holsters, so I always got my guns with me.
Come on, you coming
I have an
arms?
owlbear.
No, I'm
you
wearing
know
the
they're-
holsters.
Yeah.
They're returning, so at any point I can have them jump to me.
Ooh.
So
As
you're
long as they're on
he's
the
keeping
same
the
plane of
holsters on, yeah.
existence. So if that somebody looks, I'm like they're empty. If anything, I'll bring like I have mine for
Put
like
a banana.
well, I was gonna say like I have for a knife, so like my carry knife,
Okay.
if that. But it's
So we got
what a dad likes.
Pimpwalk 7. We got the Crip over here in Elvin. But yeah,
Can
so
Beakley come? Is Beakley there with us?
Beakley is not allowed.
He's
in.
not. Yeah, no. It's
I'll
okay.
say
They have
he'll
a daycare.
let you know there's yeah.
They said anything.
There's just a concierge stuck with him.
Yeah.
It's like, oh,
Tim
you're,
Curry
you're
has to deal
much
with
more
Beakley.
reasonable than the rest of these folks. But so as you are nearing, like there are times that these mages will linger on a person or so, and those of you now that your rapier has been upgraded, your cane is not magical, but your cloak is, your cape is.
we all got magic
They're hanging over each of you, almost getting like it's identified just happening repeatedly.
inventory.
And it's almost like at times like the mages switch out because they're running out of slots. They use all their slots. But yeah, so you guys are entering and just there's music playing. It's not necessarily you're able to ascertain where it is playing. It seems like it's all around you going on. You get through the vestibule, and that's where it breaks out. Like there's still like the rows, the chairs set up, but they're more now configured around one another, so there can be conversations and whatnot. There are tables with finger foods and whatnot. You are able to see now a minstrel kind of playing off to one side, but their sound does seem to fill almost the entirety of the castle. Plenty of servants in kind of a simple green. I mean, if you could think of medieval servants back then, they had the men had the powdered wigs and everything. The women are wearing like that shawl thing over their heads and everything, and all the dresses are so poofy. They're poofy dresses.
They have the women have the big wigs with like the
Definitely some of them.
cages in them and all that.
Again, this is the capital of Pan Am, essentially. So anything and anything you could probably imagine when it comes to fashion is occurring in this place right now.
There's a cage in someone's hair and a thick
The whole white powdered faces are going on with some people with like the just spots of red on the cheeks, especially on like the on like the more animalistic races. It's just kind of obscure to kind of see on them, but they're doing it as well. Bright colors going on. You do see sitting on the throne is High King Savea, and next to him is who you recognize from the Grand Roses ceremony. His wife is with him, and two children dressed in similar. Their greens are a little bit more pronounced. Not necessarily that color is prevented from everyone else, but it just seems like a green that it's kind of reserved specifically for them, like almost a jade emerald color going on. But his two children are kind of running around. One looks about the age of 12. The other one looks around the age of 8 or so. Just kind of running around, playing, kind of getting scolded every now and again after running into somebody. Some people turning to scold and then realizing who they are, be like, "Oh no, you're fine," and just letting them go about their way. The Praetor has not changed their clothing. He is still wearing his silver cuirass, and his glaive, while is not being held by him, is sitting in his position next to the throne while he is out mingling. Mingle is putting the word lightly. It's political conversations. At times he does look like, even from a distance, as you guys are coming in, heated. Like it looks like this thing has kind of been going on. It's kind of one of those that you're like maybe like 20 or 30 minutes late in. Not everything is full kickoff, but people are now arriving, like almost fashionably late. Yes. So around this room, you see, again, plenty of dozens of races. You see some who are wearing more or less like pins or colors representing their nation. I'm going to say that, Banner, you do recognize the Grand Duchess of Wet Hill is there. Grand Duchess Melisende Barunai. She's there. You've only seen her in passing, honestly. It's at major ceremonies that she presides, but as Wet Hill is kind of the go-between between Betia and the Rezo Empire, she kind of is more or less kind of ingrained in that most of the time. But there are plenty of other nations, some throwing out their colors. You definitely see a representative from Betia there. Felix and Eldon would recognize that, and even everyone else's travels, because you have made it through plenty of lands. You are definitely recognizing the different types of clothing, more Spanish in nature. Some of them a little bit more representative of West Asia. You definitely have your nations that are from colder temperates, as they are more thickly laden. So definitely those from the Kingdom of Thorhale from the north have more fur integrated into their clothing. But
Is there any of the other faith leaders from Volstad here?
no. Harkanus is the only one, seeing that this is more or less emissaries and the leaders themselves. He is there. And this was almost kind of planned that when he was leaving, he was going to give the updates around this gala. That way he was here. But yeah, no other faith leaders are there. And each one of them, you can tell, have their own kind of personal guard of sorts. As Valentina is there for the Archpriest, you can kind of see one person per emissary or leader, similarly dressed in an armor of sorts, standing close to their charge. But the Savea speaks up, be like, "Thank you all for coming today for this gala, so that we can try and broker some conversations to help Kvothi and see if we can help them with their recent struggles with the tsunami." And the Kaiser, who is a draconic dragonborn, kind of nods his head in agreement as the High King motions to him, and just kind of agreeing that yes, this is bad, we need help, whatever. And kind of as the Savea kind of breaks loose everything, be like, enjoy the music, enjoy the food, please, if you can, speak with the Kaiser, and he will be able to maybe broker something with you. That's when everyone, the hellos starts greeting you. You hear the high-pitched squeals of, I haven't seen you in forever, and the hugging and all of that. The music playing, dancing begins. People are eating food, laughs. Some heated arguments from time to time. But you do notice, Banner, that I apologize. I gotta get my people straight here. That the people from Batia and the people from the Rezo Empire are on complete opposite ends of the room, which is kind of par for the course for them when they do come in contact. And these are their emissaries. It is not the Empress or the King. They typically come in conflict whenever they do speak. So they each kind of, you see them respectively have their turn with the Kaiser. But the room is more or less your guys's. There's plenty of people to do or not do things with as you wish. There are also plenty of other nobles and ladies from the city as well. It's kind of what you guys want to do.
What's that town that's being integrated back into Volkstad?
The Principality of Duke Portia.
Portia. Is there anybody there from Duke Portia?
There is someone there.
Oh, okay.
As they have kind of a half cape that goes over one shoulder, which has the from light blue to dark blue with the golden bear on it, symbolizing the Principality of Duke Portia. Overseer Atwe Sikata. Yeah, he's definitely there. He keeps his distance from Hycanus, but whenever you do catch him looking, we'll say every now and again, it's not a nice look. It is very glaring, or almost with displeasure. I don't want to say disgust, because disgust is a hard emotion. Very displeased, I can give you that, and is keeping a healthy distance away from Hycanus.
Okay.
Since he's essentially becoming obsolete. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, I don't know if the whole group is, but I would just kind of hang with our own people, just scoping stuff out.
Sure. Is there anything specifically you guys would like to look out for?
I mean, I'd like to keep an eye. Mainly, like, trying to keep an eye. I mean, because that's the problem is like we don't really know for a lot of that. And The king's really, really well guarded, so I don't want to try and get close over there. Just keep an eye on it, because obviously then that would be suspicious. Right. I would say just keeping with our own people from Volkstad, because the best we can do is just keep him as safe as possible while he's schmoozing it up.
Sure.
And because obviously he's probably going to be when he's introducing to people, we can kind of learn from them. But also just staying close by proxy, just keeping them safe.
Yeah, so a lot of the conversations you hear start out with the general, how are you? How have you been? How are things on the home front kind of things. But it's impossible for you guys to maintain this kind of neutrality as you are walking with Seven. Seven, you do attract attention no matter where you go.
Good.
Yeah, so
Sweet likes it.
good. Look at me.
So Banner's going to kind of spend some time getting the lay of the land and kind of listening in on conversations and what they're talking about, just in case there's anything of note or importance, true importance, not just, hey, how you doing? How the kid? You know, like
Small talk.
So
Have you heard of the High Elves?
I used to be an adventurer like them, and then I took an arrow in the knee.
There we go.
But no, there are plenty of rumors and secrets flying about a place such as this. But aside from those, like who's sleeping from who, and like who's trying to steal the other one's wealth or their business or whatnot, every now and again, like for one instance, you'll hear like, yes, I heard that Igranesi is going to fold Duke Portia in under the premise that they want to keep everyone safe. We all know that's a ploy. Hycanus has been wanting Duke Portia forever. There's also another where it is actually with the overseer from Duke Portia. And he goes, no, and it's through strained teeth. We welcome the assistance of Arcanus and Volkstad at the behest of High King, and we are so happy to address any concerns that anyone has. Other rumors kind of flying through be like, I heard that the one that killed the Grand Rose, they don't even have any leads, that they just replace her and move on. That's all they do in Volkstad. They don't care about gods, they care about status and power. Other ones are like
that,
there's stupid other dumb ones. Like I hear that the royal coffers are actually dry, that they put on these events not for the benefit of those that they say, but so that they can line their own pockets.
Is Ren over there? Is that just Ren talking?
It's actually then you hear the socioeconomic issue we have in
Rin's in disguise, spreading the
Armand is a noble just hanging out. no, he's not there.
Rin needs to immediately hide.
He pulls his rapier and draws blood. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just, while we're schmoozing up with Harkanis and our group, just taking away the lands, I'm like just watching. What is his name? The current praetor.
Oh,
Reagan?
no, why am I spacing right now? It's Kalar. Kalar, yeah.
How do you
Kalar.
spell that?
Kalar.
Oh.
Right?
Yeah, I'm just-
right. Am I lying?
I haven't
I'm not lying,
I
am
wrote
I?
it down, but
I
Maybe
wrote
he
it
didn't
down.
even
Why
tell
am I
us.
spacing? Kadal.
We can have a side chat about how
Kadal. Kadal. Sorry.
I'm just,
I need to remember my own people.
Oh, you
I'm
never
just looking, and every once in a while I'm just like trying to find like where Kadal is in the room.
Sure.
Just-
Oh yeah. So he is very much handling the business while the High King is handling the face
looking
of
marvelous
things.
up at the front.
sitting there doing the cupped hand wave.
Well, and at one point, even he takes the hand of the queen, and they walk out into the center, and kind of naturally, some other couples pair up, and they,
Dance, yeah.
there's they as the High King joins the dance, like if. There's people like, oh, we have to join the dance. This is how we get seen. This is our make or break moment. So other couples start dancing and everything. So which adds to the movement. Give me, because you're tracking Praetor.
Yeah.
What are you all doing? You said you were kind of keeping an ear out for things. You're honestly being bugged
I
about
would say I want to
every-
try to dance with the couple.
That's fine. So you break away. So one of the people, one of
dance out into the dance.
yeah, there's a guy that's just talking with you, and be like, "Oh yeah, so they're starting the dance," and you're like, "Okay, great," and you just kind of grab him and you walk out. He's like, "Oh!" Kind of looks like the Duke of Wesselton.
Weaselton.
Weaseltown. Yeah.
As Seven is going out to the dance floor, could I? Would I know which republic Caneth was in?
So Caneth is on the western side of the western side of the world. They are in the Republic of Rhys, RHIS.
Okay. Can I try and locate the representative from that area?
In a deep purple, Minister Kenniode Ice Tamer, a white dragonborn, stands very proudly, very much in like a Napoleon like arm across the, like holding on to the hem of his jacket that parts on the far left side, stands there as you track him. Are you getting near to him or?
So I'm gonna kind of be close, but I don't want to necessarily engage.
You hear them talking about technological advancements, how like they've made a lot of progress towards trying to create like a more or less a city power grid.
Nice.
And it's noted that the Republic of Rhys is very. I'm going to say technologically advanced. If there's technology that comes out, is usually a product of them. They are a heavily dragonborn society. And yeah.
So I'm also trying to kind of gauge their response when they see Seven.
So at first, with everything going around, there is quite a few hundred people here in this space. Because, like I said, you could fit like 2 temples into this room by itself. So massive.
Wow.
So it's not hard to miss somebody, even for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours of being there. But it does take some time. But when 7 goes out, he gets clocked. It's almost like, yes, and we have found out that if we continue using, and he just continually watches 7, and before returning to the conversation for a bit, but he does sit there and watch 7 for a hot minute. It's almost like well, you can't really gauge intention from a look, but he's tracking 7. Well, I mean, you'd know if they're lust eyes or hate eyes. These are neither of those.
Joke's on you. I don't.
Tra-la-la. But yeah, the tra-la-la-la guy shows up at one point and sings. He does.
We can have you do a roll. What? It sounded like you were gonna have me do a roll with tracking the Praetor.
Well, I was trying to find out who was doing
Yeah,
what.
Who's doing what? Yeah.
So,
Arcanus.
what were you two? You got Harkonus?
Yeah, I'm just watching everybody.
You're just
I need
general
you
overlord.
two then to give me a perception check.
Good thing I'm
Joker's
gonna
gonna break
break
it.
Because more or less, like, you guys are more or less kind of, you're more of a, actually you would too, Banner, because you're more broad in your thing.
A 19.
Okay.
What role is it we're doing? I'm sorry.
Perception.
Perception.
15.
12.
And I say this just because, one, with the amount of people that is there, catching one of anything is just going to be a high roll anyway. But of all of you, because especially since you are tracking the Praetor, you see at one point a gentleman come up and as he passes by, he slips something into the Praetor's hand that's clasped behind him before walking off and out of the room.
I'm gonna elbow Felix and say, "We just had a handoff with before the
And it's
figure
a well-dressed figure as well.
before the figure left the room. That well-dressed person.
Does he look familiar? That guy that was leaving? No. Okay. No.
I'm gonna keep following the Praetor. I think somebody needs to follow that person."
Is he going to a place that we can go?
Just walking out the main doors that you guys came in.
All right. I'll follow him.
You okay?
Yeah. Just you do this. You're like somebody needs to follow him. Okay.
So what you are able to see,
An
though,
excuse to
Banner-
get out of here? Yeah. All
What
right.
you are able to see Banner and Eldon is you do see this kind of exchange. I'm going to say that even after the fact, you see they're kind of whispering amongst each other. You guys listen in.
Yeah. If anybody looks, I'm gonna like do the head like
So-
I'm nodding like I'm going out. Really
Seven, I'm sorry, you're in this dance, and Darren, you're watching the guys.
You want me to follow? I'm good. Follow.
I'm
I
not.
want. Oh, hell yeah! I want a performance check. Are you kidding me?
So yeah, I would say yes. But
21.
Oh, they are so. If they weren't looking at you out of curiosity,
Hop and
they're
lock.
looking at you out of sheer like, my God, he's amazing.
he was
He's
built for
beautiful.
dance.
He's so good. Like tears. Like so
The
beautiful.
top half is rotating while his bottom
This guy that you're dancing with, who he does know the moves because you're doing with him, you're almost like outstepping him and adding flourish. She's like, oh my, never thought of that before. But yeah,
Well done.
Thank you.
What I noticed, Felix. And
I don't think you'd see me in a crowd.
I think the only people that know are Eldon, myself, and Banner.
it's one thing. Like, and I understand it's kind of hard to imagine. It's very hard to imagine. Like when we imagine a main hall or something like that, we have certain confines in our mind. It's hard for us to grasp a whole building as a width.
Mine's of Moria.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying like when I'm saying no, you don't see this or no, you don't hear that.
Yeah.
You have to realize just sheer scope and scale of this room by itself. You guys would not catch.
And the number of
What
people
would happen?
and a halfling.
Yeah,
Like that alone would already be
Yeah.
hard amongst different races of different
two
sizes and stuff.
halflings.
Yeah.
2 halflings.
Having a
halflings
conversation
and a
mean
goat.
almost nothing to anyone who stands over 4 foot.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
yeah. So who's following this guy out?
I'll follow.
Yeah,
so
I-
you're staying with Praetor?
I'm
Yeah.
still.
I asked
operator.
Felix if he wanted me
Yeah.
to follow.
You might as well. Like I said, I nod. I'm like,
Just because you're following him, Praetor finishes his conversation, and he unfolds something, looks, and then he sets it in a jacket or something. He tucks it away, and then goes and finds someone else to converse. Doesn't seem like he, aside from reading something, doesn't look like anything has changed from him.
It was his bookie.
your horse lost.
He blew his nose and stuck it in. Oh yeah, there's just the whole. Oh, I need a new hanky from time to time.
This hanky guy.
But yeah,
Right.
as this. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm not sure like how close I would have been because I would have been like trying to read
It's a little bit too far away from you.
not the
Oh.
text, but like the face that he might have been making while reading.
Give
like an insight.
give me either a perception or an insight because you can maybe catch a micro expression
Yeah.
or you know.
The quick little flash of rage.
Oh, you caught nothing, my guy. Sorry, I saw that roll.
Yeah.
Yeah, you caught nothing. But so the 3 that are following, so people are still arriving. People are going in and out, especially mostly servants. You guys keep a healthy distance out.
How's this guy moving? Like, is he like like he's walking with a purpose?
He's
or
walking.
Just, okay,
The way you garner attention is by doing things out of the norm. He is walking normally.
makes sense.
But he goes outside, and at one point, like you guys get out there, and like I said, this is a big column of stairs, 30 plus. About midway down, you do see him like pull something out and like light it, and start physically seeing something smoking. And he just kind of hangs out at the bottom of the stairs for a little bit, about 5-10 minutes. Do you guys want to do anything with that, or are you just kind of keeping your distance?
I'd say we're. I mean, at least for
And
me.
there's still some people even outside having little conversations out there before they.
That's
get
what
in.
I was gonna say. Is at least for us, because we can use people that are taller than us as cover. Like,
Yeah. Yep.
we're just.
That's perfect.
Yeah, we're just chilling. Like we're chilling what we're doing. Like we could like hang together, or as long as we're keeping a healthy distance, and especially if he like was going down the steps a little bit, we have a height advantage, so we can see him easily. As long as we have clear line of sight, I'm gonna stay as close to him as possible without being obvious, and just like checking my watch or just like making sure I look like I belong being out there.
While we're talking and like while we're talking,
Yeah.
one of us has line of sight with a guy.
Sure.
That's what I would say.
So
I didn't know who else was out there with us,
there's.
or is it just us. Oh, I meant like in the party, just us two, right?
I thought Banner was with you guys.
Oh, you did.
Yeah,
you did
so
too?
it's the 3 of you. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So you guys are kind of faux having your own kind of conversation using other people as shields. I say speak just from sightlines, seeing you guys. You guys are kind of still make an obvious effort to see them, but the gentleman ends up taking a turn going the opposite way of your guys' hotel and everything. So there's a lot of residences throughout the city, but he's kind of going towards a major residential district. And how much of a berth are you guys giving this guy?
I'd say as long as there's still crowds, not much.
Yeah.
But if it starts to dissipate, I mean,
I could
we
take
we,
to the
we breathe
roofs.
off a little, like we lay off a little bit, but like we would still.
So society reflects itself as there is a massive gala going on for the High King. Not everyone who's able to attend is still having their own kind of soiree
Yeah.
throughout these districts. So while you are leaving this like the hoitiest of the toity, you are still kind of going into areas where, especially in the residential district, there's kind of some general, more or less block parties kind of going on situation, and he's starting to pass through some of those. So what I'm gonna want is either a survival or a perception to either being able to continue to follow by tracks or see him by sight. So all three of you give me either a perception or a survival.
It's the same either way.
I got it.
20. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
12.
Is that? That's 11.
So Banner, we'll just, I mean, I hate to say it like this, but we're gonna chalk it up to maybe height. There's just a lot of things going
especially
on.
if there's a ton of people. That would make
Yeah.
perfect sense.
Miss his legs.
But
Blending in is
that
one thing.
boot looks like that boot.
Yeah.
But that would also make sense if it's the same seamstress in town. But Banner is able to cock this guy walking away, and you guys are following. Okay. So as he turns this corner, and you guys give it a little bit. I don't want to say you rush up there, just because that'd be very showing. But as you turn, you just see him leaning on a wall, like just looking, be like, "Took you long enough." And you see him shift, and just because you know who it is, it's Garrick, who
Name. I remember.
who made his house disappear.
Oh,
that
that guy.
Made his
The
shop
puzzle
disappear.
huntress?
Yep.
Oh, shit.
He's like, "Well, didn't quite imagine seeing you."
Hey, how you doing?
"Well, doing great. How about you?"
Well, obviously we're moving up in the world. Same looks like for you. Are you working here in town?
So to speak.
I gotcha.
And for the other two, because Eldon and Banner, you weren't there. Give me a perception check.
I met
Yeah,
him.
because I was saying
I saw him fold up his shop.
he was at the last visit.
Okay, I apologize. That's
Yeah.
what my comment.
Yeah,
like,
no,
my
that's why
thing
you were
looking around.
scanning.
I was trying to remember who.
He was in
so
the
never
group-
mind.
he
So
was
Banner,
in the
give me
group.
a-
I think we followed him. Yeah, well, and I followed him to
Roxana.
Yeah, but this
Yeah,
is
he
as
followed him
close
back
as you've
on,
gotten to
and
him. So
then-
give me a perception check real quick.
Yeah, because I was saying.
Oh,
And
there's
actually-
my one.
Both of you give me two, because I don't know if you actually did a perception. This
A one.
Okay, I'm gonna
perception check on it
I'm
before.
gonna snap that.
Wow,
that
one
one.
as well.
Oh
Is that
man,
the-
I can only get one
I
of
think
them.
somebody over here had caught it, but I can't remember who that was. So
Perception. That is a 19.
okay, so
Fine.
we'll say that you do remember that he's got the what almost looks like chains tattoo going from his neck and kind of wrapping around and coming out on his wrist, almost like it's being wrapped around. Yeah. So okay, it was you, Red. Okay, I couldn't remember who it was, and it was bugging me. But he's like, "Yeah, I'm just I'm here doing a thing." But yeah, sorry I had to dip out on you last time. But how's Seven liking his flower?
He shows it off all the time.
It still works.
Good,
Yeah.
good, fantastic. Well, honestly, his best purchase he's probably ever made up until that point.
Well, he also, I mean, you gave him that button too that makes him invisible. I'd say that has been his best purchase, but he's been loving that.
You got
You gave him because remember you gave it because he told you about the box. That's the reason why you packed up.
So I gave that to O'Darren.
He did.
Yeah, I gave that to O'Darren.
Well, 7 was there with him. Oh, okay. 7.
I see what you mean, though. You're speaking collectively, okay?
Yeah.
I mean, I hope it's been helpful that you haven't gotten yourself into any weird situations. And,
All kinds.
yeah, but, yeah, sorry I had to get out of there really quick. It was just one of those situations that the less that people knew, the better.
Speaking of getting out of situations really quick, what was that back there?
I can't tell you about it.
to the point where you had to like
I mean,
shift your form.
well, that's besides the point. I
oh.
mean, like right here, right now, like.
Just providing a little bit of information.
Okay. Because
It's my second trade.
I mean, hey, you got to keep yourself busy as an entrepreneur. I can understand that.
Well, when you literally close up your shop,
yeah,
you have to.
Have you
make money where
reopened it
can.
anywhere?
I mean, I've tried, but the thing is, if people got associated with that name,
and
can't necessarily pop it up
Volkswagen's a
somewhere else and not
very
expect
niche
the same
market.
result.
It's true.
No, I can
So
hear it.
may have a rebranding.
There you go.
So, any kind of information you might share with us? Huh?
Yeah.
I mean, the main reason.
I mean, no, not necessarily that, but about what's going on in Volkstadt.
Well,
Murder of the Grand Rose.
I hadn't been there for a minute. I heard that the Grand Rose was killed. Heard that there was that the Eyes in the Darkness people may or may not be involved. Realistically, I actually think that they're the ones that were behind the whole thing. And he motions about the box and whatnot. I think they're kind of behind it. So I've kind of been keeping my distance.
That makes sense. That makes sense. I mean, obviously, if you're already working or if you have done business with leader Brexana and with the Praetor, I mean, we're working on behalf of doing a lot of that stuff. We're trying to figure all that out. We're trying to get 2 cents from any of this. I mean,
so this is gonna be you show me yours, I'll show you mine. So,
sure, yeah.
situation.
I mean, yeah, sure.
So
Fair.
to gauge how into this you are, and he's like, you know what?
What
Looks
even
around. Why don't you come with me for a second?
Okay.
And you follow him, and he goes into this one abode. And it is, I mean, this is like a nicer townhouse. It's like one of those where it's the tall townhouses that are all compacted next to each other. He goes into one of those. I mean, more or less, think Order of the Phoenix from Harry Potter, like one of those.
Bigger on the inside than outside.
It's a TARDIS.
I mean, this guy can fold up a shop in his pocket. I can assume that
But
he
yeah,
can do
you
this.
guys walk in and he snaps his fingers and the door's shut, and there's almost like a glimmer over the door. Be like, hold on a second, and he walks through and looking around, and I think we're good. So yeah, you should feel relatively free to say what you want. Now I'd be able to share what I can. There are things that I can't. I assume there's probably things you guys can't say either. Perfectly fair, part of the job. So show me yours, I'll show you mine.
Well, I would say at least in this situation, I mean, obviously, we're on guard duty with, on behalf of Volkstadt to come here. So, in terms of level of protection that we're doing, I'm trying to think of the best way to go. No, I know.
That. It's just
I know.
protecting somebody and knowing something are two different things.
Well, I mean,
I'm not trying to be prissy about it.
We know that a big key element has been people being dominated.
Yep.
Okay.
He's not alone with that.
And we can agree that is secluded and tight-held information.
Yep.
Okay.
And that I can add to that, it's somebody bankrolling in Volkstadt.
Okay.
Don't know who.
Okay. And then we also know that I'm trying to think of what we want to give.
Fair enough. You gave me first, and I'll
Okay.
give you a little bit. Now I'll
Okay.
give you some. So I've been looking for Praetor's brother.
Okay. Yeah, that's who we've been also thinking as at least a prime subject or prime suspect.
He might be here in town.
Really? Okay.
Now my sources aren't necessarily the best,
Yeah.
but I've learned to rely on at least a lead as opposed to throwing something away and then being kicked in the keister.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Well-
all his brothers in town.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Praetor's
that was
brother.
Our big,
That's what I thought,
yeah,
yeah.
our big suspect. I guess when it came to that whole touching back on the person that was dominated, they were affiliated with Eyes in the Dark.
Yep.
Okay, so we're going on with that. We still haven't found him yet, but that was just us searching in Volkstadt, and then we do have another tie-in with that. Out of it, was that Noel his brother, or is that the
The all Goblin's his brother, but if you're talking about Imro Tusk,
yeah,
he's in this too somehow. I don't know how though.
Well,
I don't know how Chaos and Murder would be working together for this, because it seems kind of counterintuitive for Chaos to be involved in an organized
yeah,
situation. But
Chaos does it.
Yep.
I know our main thing though is tied in with the underground network underneath Volkstad.
Yeah, I slept out.
That boulder on the west side, or wait, never. Yeah.
Northwest.
Yep. Yeah, northwest side.
Northwest. Pumps out right over the river. Good fishing.
I've heard. I've heard. Our other big thing with that has been because when we were scrying, our contact with the Fangs was murdered by this knoll.
Craggy. Okay. Well, that's a dinghy.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know anything about the Fangs, unfortunately.
No, I know.
I expected them in every major city, but I don't know anything between Eyes in Darkness and Fangs.
Well, we know the main thing has also been, I guess, the use of old poisons that have been coming through. We found that out in the wildlife outside of town. Actually,
In the wildlife now.
How far
right.
was it from out of town?
I'm not there.
No. Well, I'm asking sidebar. Like I would remember because you guys would have told me.
It was like half a day, wasn't it? Yeah.
I know you guys
were
said
half
it was.
day.
Yeah.
It wasn't long.
Basically,
we
stopped
were-
at water horses essentially for the night.
Yeah, we were half day out and we got attacked.
Yeah, so I can tell you for a fact that poison isn't just Igrenesia bound. It's now making itself international, if you know what I'm saying. I've had some cases popping up.
Oh, really?
Who?
Don't know who's using it, but the people that are getting hit, well, first like they were small. Now look like targets are getting a little bit bigger.
They're getting more bold. Yeah.
A lot of them being faith-based.
Being poisoned with it?
Yes, sir.
That's why we were thinking that Eyes in the Dark are starting.
And
to use it
ironically,
more.
a bunch of herbalists too.
Well, that would make sense.
Cure it. Yeah.
Because if somebody's trying to find a cure for it. Was there anybody in town that got hit by it? Like here?
This is one of the most shored up places on the planet. I don't know. That's why I'm kind of confused how the Praetor's brother even got in here.
Well, that's what I was going to say. If it's one of the shortest up places and he's
Let me put
somehow
it like
in here.
this: like I know every way that you shouldn't get near the town, and those I had nobody tell me that they've seen them, and I pretty much know everybody down there. I feel like I go into some respect.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm a swell guy, I think.
You've not done wrong by us. And I would assume that we have a mutual level of respect at least because we warned you about everything that was going on in Volkstad.
Yeah.
I do not want any ill will.
No, you don't.
Yeah. Man, I'm telling you, that's been our main thing. Other than we've been trying to find the Praetor's brother. We've been trying. That's been the big thing is trying to locate him. And then that poison's been a big one. Man.
Domination, and we mentioned that.
We mentioned the domination, yeah. I was gonna say we've been pretty. That's been our main lead so far, other than the underground, like I said, underground network. But you obviously know because you've used it. But that's just been a new thing with it. That's kind of all I got for you right now. We saw you bolt out, and that's why we were trying to figure out what's going on.
I walked gingerly. I don't say I bolted.
You bolted.
I bolted.
Okay, so let's say this.
You did an extra
If you were watching the
halfway
Praetor,
across the floor, and we noticed.
if you were watching the Praetor and you just casually bumped into him and immediately handed him something from behind and then immediately left, come on now.
Watch the handoff. Work on that.
First of all, only the most keen of eyes could have saw that, mate. And no offense, I don't think that was you.
I mean, it wasn't me, but
Hey, that's what I thought. So it's not even you. Don't put me through the ringer for something you didn't even see out. Come on now. But in all fairness,
we're here.
Someone saw you.
We're here. Hey, well, all that matters is we're here right now. So what?
Fair enough. But put me through the ringer like that. Come on now, Felix. Come on, chum. But yeah, so I'm not sure where in the city Praetor's brother is, because I don't even have a name. I have the X. That's all I got. The Praetor's kind of keeping some information to himself. I guess not even a lot in his own order. Because I've been going through Goanna. I've been going through both Chaos Murder and Tails. Nobody knows this guy's real name. I think it's really only the Praetor. And I think that's probably something only he and the High King are privy to.
Yeah, he definitely seemed miffed once his brother's name got popped up. So I know
Yeah, that's a way to put it.
that's yeah.
I mean, I saw a vase go across the room, but Mift works too. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, delicately put. Yeah. I mean, I can't think of anything else other than that. And obviously, if you gave that to the praetor, we don't need to make that well known.
Yeah, they was trying to kind of keep it a little bit hush-hush. Thought I'd get lost in the crowd a little bit. Just because, I mean, if I try to request to try and get his attention one-on-one, there's a possibility of me being slipped into or slipped in on. And
with all those people, you don't want. I mean, like, how
by the way, Seven is a fantastic dancer.
I know, right?
We heard.
Who knew?
Are you? I mean, like, how is this compromised around here, or like
around here? No, I mean, so first of all, I don't look like this when I walk out.
Well, yeah. No, I understand.
I mean, you saw. I mean, I'm pretty good looking either way, but as far as I know, everything seems somewhat short up.
I know everything's been a lot more tightened up, especially at Volkstad since you left.
And the whole domination thing. The whole like last week, they've been going through rank here.
That was a big
trying to go through things, and they're still working through it. There's a lot of people in the city.
Yeah,
and they're not just restricting themselves to gods anymore. They're going through individual citizens as well, because everyone who's in here is a liability.
Mm-hmm.
So
that makes sense. That's what we were trying to tell them. Like, once we found that out, that adds a new kink in that. So
yeah.
You said the Fangs are in town operating?
Well, in Volkstad, I don't know about here.
Oh, okay.
I think they're a little bit wiser than trying to sneak in on the High King's turf.
You would think, especially with heightened security just standing, let alone now, like, it would just be almost impossible.
I mean, there are plenty of, like, they put on a good show here, but there's plenty of destitute people in kind of the underboroughs of the city. Those that have lost their fortune, lost their holdings, their inheritance, whatever that. Unfortunately, you got your thieves, your addicts, and everything. But everyone is a price, and from what I've had to pay, I haven't found out much about anything about the Fangs being here in town.
I gotcha.
I just feel at home when I do Australian. I feel at home.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe it's because I'm bluey. But all the fingers pointed in appreciation.
Yeah, I don't know. It's been rough.
Yeah.
I would say literally. I mean, that's the extent that we got so far in the investigation. I mean, literally open for it on there. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, but
it's fair. But so at this time, you hear from outside, like yelling and everything, and the clamoring of armor and footsteps, and you go outside and you see just rows of guards heading back towards the King's Palace. Stop. Go back. Now we're going back to you three. Stop.
What did I do?
We're going back. So 7, you have the room entranced. Even the High King is like, wonderful. Like commenting like how spry your step is. There is not a halfling or a gnome there that can beat your steps at this moment. So hold on, let's make it real. Nope. They roll off table.
Dance off.
Cardboard is brought out. Everyone has beanies. No, but as you're doing that, the song is now winding down, and you bow to your dance partner and be like, "That was fantastic, sir. Thank you. Wow.
Yes.
I think my wife will be impressed now." So, and he goes off and he grabs a more older lady who doesn't have like a bird cage in her hair, but like it's very like I'm gonna say Dr. Seuss-ish because it's like hanging off to one side and like almost draping. But Darren, you see from your point of view the minister from Reese. He has turned and finished conversation. The rest of the time, he's just kind of maintaining a healthy distance from the dancers and everything, but just eyes locked on to 7 the entire time. And when the song is over, you see him motion, and then 7, you see this dragonborn, this white dragonborn, like wait for you to come over and speak to him.
I like point to myself like,
Yes.
Hello.
And like it's one of those situations where as you come and walk towards him, he turns you away from the massive crowd with the hand on like the back shoulder blade and everything.
I got what you beat, kid.
But even as a dragonborn, you do stand over him easily. But my dear lad, where do you come from? Where were you made?
Well, that's a wonderful question I'm trying to figure out myself. As far
Really?
as I know, Kenneth, but or at least in the general area.
Not recently, for sure.
Oh no.
So how far back do you go, good sir? It is sir, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sir,
Sir.
whatever you choose. Yeah.
Respect.
And
you're listening to all this, O'Darren,
yeah.
and I'll get to you in a minute, Ren.
Oh, jeez.
Yep.
Oh, no.
You're dead. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Oh God.
I'm trying to remember the
Blade
exact
right through
I blew
period.
up.
I'm trying to remember the exact period of history, but it was like pre-Ashwards or like right at the.
You being completely open with this information?
I'm trying to remember like above the table, like
You would be pre whatever screw over the world.
yeah,
So we're talking hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds
Yeah.
of years.
yeah. So yeah, I'd probably just be like many hundreds of years ago.
Interesting. So what's your power source? How are you maintained?
I don't really know.
Interesting. Do you mind if I see your maker's mark? May I see that? If you were to turn around and kneel just a little bit, because you're a little bit taller than me, I could maybe tell you.
Oh, okay. Yes.
So I mean, you'll see this O'Darren as, but you feel him almost like at the base of your neck. I mean, yes, you are plates. Yes, you are also something more biological, wood-like in nature, and like he starts like even like looking at that, and just out of curiosity, kind of pokes the wood part and everything. Which when he does, it's almost like when you put your like there's water coming down from a faucet, you put your finger in the water coming down, and it like goes kind of around it, sort of. It almost kind of does that when he like touches like where these beads of light are going across. He does that and almost like kind of goes around, because you've never really played with your body before.
Yeah.
I was trying to think of a good way to not.
Your back.
He has played with himself in the past.
But you do feel him kind of like pull a little bit at the plate on your back, a little bit lower than the base of your neck. And be like, oh, there's nothing here, but you are indeed 7.
Yes.
And like you feel the pressure kind of release as he comes back around speaking to you. Be like, you are 7. There is no maker's mark on you though, which is quite curious. But if you are claiming you are well older than the histories we currently have in the world, that would almost make sense unless they did something different, in which case what would they do? So you see like his now like the intellectual part of him like is like trying to dissect you from sight.
It's a look I've given you before tons of times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
You know this look.
I'm used to
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
You're almost
Disgusting.
more comfortable with
Keep it to yourself.
that than the bewilderment,
Very
which
easy.
happens all the time, because you get gawked at this way. This one, it's like almost he's trying to break you down piece by piece. Be like, oh yeah, so that tooth.
It's a modification I added.
Aftermarket. It's same with the spoiler. He's just gonna
What I do, I even just do you have a copper piece?
No,
No one. They don't.
I
know
don't
it.
think I've had a
They
copper
come in
piece.
copper pieces
Do you have anything silver?
Silver piece. What?
No.
Technically asking for a platinum.
I take a coin of lesser value, I bite it on that tooth, it turns into gold.
Magnificent.
steal you. Yeah.
So what has brought you here? And like we're gonna pause that.
Sure.
Now, Ren, you're watching this. You see the Praetor read this thing and stick it back in his pocket. There's been no change. Metagaming, you now know why there's no change.
Nope.
Not metagaming, you don't know. But he proceeds to kind of follow other groups and everything. I'll say that even everything going on, because Darren said he was going to kind of go do this thing. You see him now watching Seven having this conversation with the White Dragonborn. What are you doing? Are you sticking with the Praetor? Are you switching targets? Or are you changing tactics? What are you doing?
At this point, he's just watching the conversation.
Yeah.
I'll just engage the Praetor in conversation myself.
Okay.
Are you enjoying the gala?
Not particularly.
Me either.
It's not even like the moment you're like, nah, he's like, me either. Like,
So how does one, like, are you born as a Praetor?
No, so we are raised, more or less. I was born, my brother and I were born to our mother. There was, ironically, a fate of circumstance, or circumstance of fate. But our clan lived true to the stereotypes of hobgoblins, and were thus rewarded as such stereotypes are, and we were found. I, the more rambunctious one, my brother, the more tame. They sought to bring us in, and we are tested, our temperament, our physical capabilities, and we were about 5 human years when this occurred, and after another 5 years of testing and training, it was determined that it was actually he, not I, that was not fit for it, as well as a plethora of other children. Some of them are given by their parents of their own volition, some of them are found, some of them are less than scrupulously found. We ever only do so if we determine the parents are, for the child's own benefit, detrimental in the child's development. But, regardless, after you are selected, I was brought down to a final 5. From there, further testing for another 5 years, and I came out as selected. So from there, my training with both blade and with book began. I now stand here at the age of 42 human years, and I've been with the current High King since the beginning of his reign.
Do you
Which
feel
has been about 30 years.
Do you feel that this is the path you chose?
I, of course, did not choose this path. But
I mean, you went along with it. I'm just saying.
I did. There were plenty of times I was the rebellious of the two, which seems ironic now of our current standings. But I feel that understanding, especially when you become the final 5, you are given information that is not privy to everyone else in Asera, and I felt it was my duty at that point that this was something that only I could achieve out of the 5 of us. So I fought hard, and I ultimately did choose this path. I could have probably bowed out, or caused myself to bow out at any point in time.
When's the last time, if you don't mind me asking, and you probably will, it's pretty personal, we just met. When's the last time you have talked to your brother?
It's a question I've been asked so many times this past week.
More so like in a familial sense, like...
In a familial sense, when I had to turn my back on him. Once you're in the final 5, you... Not that you need to necessarily cut off your former life, but
I've sorry, what? Swallowed down the wrong tube.
Oh no.
Tender moment. Resume. I felt that for my own benefit, for what I gained, and after having a familial spat with my brother, that it would be best if he and I were no longer on speaking terms, at least on a more frequent occurrence. We would still write each other, but we did not speak about what we were doing professionally, as I typically can't. And the more recent information that he was the leader of Teor's order, shocking, disappointing, but
That's interesting.
that is his choice.
Not to say that like the gods are, of course, neutral because there's a god of murder, but I thought, as a holy kingdom that reveres all gods, we're supposed to hold that in a neutral regard. But revering to him is disappointing for being.
We had vowed to not become further stereotypes for our people. And in doing so, he has not only perpetuated it, but
Broken his vow to you.
deified it, more or less. Literally deified it. We made no promises of neutrality or even peace towards one another, but simply to be brothers still. He's still my brother. I hurt for his decisions that he's made, but at the end of the day, he is his own person. I am my own person. We make our own decisions and we live with those consequences. And my choices have led me to protect the king and to give him counsel. And that is what I will continue to do, regardless of what external factors may occur.
I just wonder if that process that made you who you are also made him who he was.
It's possible. We did receive some martial training and everything, but there was no, at least in my recollection, of a young boy, so to speak, of him showing any signs of murderous intent. He was the kind one, smart one, the benevolent one. So I don't know what caused this change in him, or the change in me, to say the least. We are a product of not only our biology, but our upbringing.
Could be means to an end. Maybe he
Sure.
isn't an actual devout priest of murder, but he has a greater goal.
And if he does, I hope that that goal is good. Or at least that he did not have a hand in the Grand Rosa's murder. It's one thing to strike down or murder someone, so to speak, that is in and of themselves a killer. It is another to strike down a being who has done no ill towards anyone and speaks only of love and care. I can't forgive him for that.
I would empathize.
Your empathy is appreciated.
I've, not to be like I am a murderer, but I've quite frankly been in a similar position that your brother was, where I have caused the death of somebody who didn't deserve it. And as somebody who's experienced that, it's a very heavy weight, and it does change who you are.
But you learn to make it a part of you. You understand it. You may not be pleased with it, but it becomes a part of you. That's why I feel comfortable enough. I was going to inform the High King and then your people, your order. But
That's not really our name. We don't have a name yet. I don't know why we.
you pronounced a name there in front of everybody, and that is what you will be known now as.
Yep.
Says the
Was
creator
that-
and the DM.
It was that or the blindfold. Come on.
Yeah. But I was going to inform him that there is a potential possibility that my brother is here in the city.
Oh,
So
come on.
if you would like to share this information with others. You're getting one source, he's getting another.
I know.
Yeah, you went straight to the source, he went secondhand.
Is that what you got just now?
Yes. That was one of my confidants that I trust. Give me a perception check.
I like how he just
You have
openly
n-
tells you, yeah, no, he just gave it to me.
It's like, oh shit.
Make
Okay,
good money
cool.
for this.
Yeah,
but you know.
like, oh my god.
A 15.
You see on his right hand, what looks like a tattoo of a chain going up his arm.
What's the tattoo from?
Oh, this is a thing I had to get. Can't speak much on it, unfortunately.
it's
There's
not a
a
unique-
meaning behind it, but
So it's not a unique piece,
unique enough to me.
but others have it.
Possibility exists.
Okay.
It is just a chain.
But why would like a shopkeeper have that same tattoo?
I mean, it is a tattoo of a chain.
No, but like that exact same design, like okay. I'm just
I-
wondering.
You see him get really guarded once you bring up the tattoo. He's super guarded. He's more loose-lipped about his potentially murderous brother than he is about a
tattoo.
a tattoo.
Yeah.
So, anything else with Praetor? What's your shoe size?
The owner of the puzzled huntress. Ring any bells?
Give me an insight.
Oh no!
Give me an insight, as he says. Oh, he doesn't. say
No,
it.
I got a really bad roll,
Yeah.
even with my +4.
You catch his eyebrow raises. A what? Like, puzzled huntress kind of thing is what you're catching.
Okay. It's a really cool tattoo. Like I might get that myself when I'm out of here. So.
Oh well. There is a tattoo artist in one of the areas of the city. They could maybe help you out.
I might get it like where it's chained, and then like after I do what I need to do, I might have like the tattoo adjust or like where the chains are broken.
It's a lot of metaphor and symbology right there. It's very inspirational to your journey. Thank you for sharing that.
Well, you shared something very personal with me, so I just wanted to share something personal with myself.
Well, you told me that your decision led to a death of a guy. That's pretty personal in and of
You
itself.
told, yeah, you told him about you killing people.
Well, I only assume you have killed people before.
Oh, plenty. Plenty.
Respect.
Literally, she ends in respect, and they just respect.
So anything else from Praetor? Before he's like, if you don't mind, I need to schmooze. And it's literally
The other awkward person that was standing there holding like a glass, like listening to you talk about killing people and just like sympathizing.
Oh no, we'll say that you guys had pulled away from them.
Just the one duke in the corner, like, oh yeah,
Just
I killed somebody. Yeah, like, I killed somebody once.
Anything else?
I'm not sure if I'm at liberty to share anything else.
That's fair.
Oh, I don't care.
So if nothing else, he is gonna excuse himself and head off. And so about 15 minutes after that happens, about 10 minutes after you're finished with your conversation, because you've had to follow Garrick into the city, you hear first. You see some like lights popping up from across from all around the room, and then you hear screams as a bunch of these black hooded figures come through these portals. And at the gala,
Blitz, baby.
as literally behind, you see this massive axe come through and just nail, or go to nail the Praetor in the back. As he then his glaive disappears from its spot and into his hands, and he catches it as a mirror reflection of him walks through the portal.
Does he have a goatee?
No. You,
It's gonna
the
be
guy
so
you're
hard.
talking to has the goatee.
Oh no!
oh
God!
we have the Terran. Yeah, but as all these portals open up, these hooded figures flood in, and they start engaging in combat with the guards that are there. While some guests do begin to fall, just because they have the jump. What guards are immediately near surround the family immediately. They pull the kids and yank them towards the High King and the Queen, and they just swords, spears out, phalanx around. As you start also hearing a cackle, as from behind, appearing on the throne is this portal, and you see this this lupine figure just drop and sit down and just start cackling and laughing, just. So we're gonna stop right about that time is when you are hearing the guards like, to the palace quickly, and like it's not even like they are leaving people. Every guard is going.
Yeah.
Swarm.
All hands on deck.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you. What do you guys want to do real quick?
I mean,
So do we?
if they're
Do we
going,
hear them talking?
Yeah,
like
like
that,
that's
or-
what he said before. Is like
hear
while we were
that
talking with
shout
Garrick,
out?
we heard it.
Yes.
Frankly, we probably would head back there anyway.
Yeah. So
Right,
about the
yeah.
time that you, because you'll
Depends on how quickly.
about the time that you guys are heading back is because
Well,
I
yeah.
had said that you guys heard the movement of guards and everything. It's not a long way to get back there. You do kind of fold yourselves into the guards, as even some denizens who may just be off duty or whatever grab weaponry.
Yeah.
And
hands on deck.
join. But
I would say follow. Like I'm gonna follow the guards. Like where
Yeah,
the guards are headed.
Yep.
Because obviously they're going to know the fastest way.
uh,
So they're going to know the fastest way. So that's what I would say is follow the guards.
fair. So you guys are following them. Like there's some they don't really kind of question you guys folding in, because again, all these other kind of civilian people, or
Does Garrett
at least
follow?
Garrick, you look back and he is gone, but you don't know if he has blended in
Yeah.
or if he has foomed. You don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
because I wouldn't really care. I would just literally, like, as I'm running, oh shit, Garrick, and then look back and try and see.
Yeah.
But I
Um,
wouldn't focus on that.
you got Will. So sorry, Seven, O'Darren, and Ren. The sounds of battle are going on. So this literally is happening more or less in front of you, Ren. This whole brother on brother fight. The High King is being surrounded, and there's just enough room that plenty of people are flooding in from these portals. So
Are we gonna start combat?
you're gonna start combat.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
we fighting
Wow.
this?
You're fighting.
We fighting this?
You're fighting in this.
Boy.
So
Before
We
I-
are not yet.
Yeah.
We gotta get there.
I'm gonna look to the Dragonborn. I don't even know his name. But
Nobody does.
You
I'm
didn't
gonna-
introduce yourself.
Nope.
yeah,
Or sorry.
And neither of you guys did it.
yeah. But I'm gonna look to him and I'm just gonna be like, "You want to see why they created me?"
Yes. And he pulls out a quill and paper.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yeah. But that'll lead into combat.
So you guys, so O'Darren, Seven, Ren, you guys are gonna get one turn of doing something before I'm gonna say everyone else shows up.
Oh,
Because that's gonna be fair, since they got surprised.
Yeah.
They are the closest to combat. They're gonna have something. When you guys arrive, then we're gonna have initiative rolls. And for the sake of this, because of the grand scale, because there's about 50 guards in this room, there's as many, if not more, black robed figures flooding in. There are other civilians flooding in.
major fight.
This is theater of the mind, because
You're not gonna make all those tokens?
I mean, I can go buy out the store's
map it
minis,
out.
and that'll come close, I guess.
Yeah.
Here at Titan Games in Springfield, Illinois, come check us out.
Check them out. They rock.
But yeah, you can go on, order online, or come in person.
It's a big old fight.
There's also one in Champaign.
There is.
Oh, is there?
But yeah, there is.
Wow.
Some of my stuff has to get sent from there. Anyway, so I'm gonna walk down the line. Well, actually, I'm gonna reverse because the guy literally popped out in front of you.
Yeah.
Ren, you, as this axe is blocked, there is a moment of like, as naturally like I want to help, and he just looks at you, just go, as he starts fighting with his brother. This is now a personal compel duel almost kind of situation.
This sounds personal.
As he kind of wants you to go kind of anywhere but here to help. So what do you want to do?
There's 2 wolves inside of me. One's like, interrupt the fight. The other's like, go listen to the Praetor. I don't know.
Listen to your heart.
When it's calling for you.
That's all I needed to do.
Copyright moment.
Please don't sue us now.
I got no money because
TM.
I owe student loans.
That's the real stinger. True story.
Correct.
That is correct.
Now you've had enough time to decide. What's your decision?
Yep.
I'm gonna hex the Praetor's brother.
Okay.
Ooh.
I'm gonna make him take disadvantage on strength checks.
Good call.
Yeah, that's a solid one to do. Strength and dexterity are always the big ones.
I like charisma. Just make him
Awkward? Now you're awkward.
Yeah.
Welcome to my world.
He's gonna be like I'm gonna stab you.
I'm gonna spank you. I mean, oh dang it! I'm sorry.
Dang it! No.
Ooh wee, Jerry.
Because I'm like, the quicker the Praetor is like,
Gets the upper hand.
and gets that dealt with, the quicker he can go to town.
Quicker picker upper.
Bounty. I'm
setting him up. I'm knocking him down.
That's right.
So that's my bonus action.
Okay.
With the main action, I'm going to take my rope of entanglement that was just handed to me.
Oh no! Plot device.
And
wow.
I'm going to use it on the Praetor's brother.
Okay. Okay.
So they have to make a dexterity saving throw.
So I'm gonna say it's at disadvantage because he is currently engaged with his brother.
You don't know what one's what. Well, actually, never mind. He's holding a glaive, so
Yeah.
like you can kind of know.
So he fails.
Shit.
And you have to make strength checks to get out of it.
Okay.
Well, actually, technically it's your choice of strength or dex, but
You could be wiry. You don't
Yeah.
know.
Okay.
Assuming that. Yeah.
Okay. So anything else?
that was my bonus action and action. And I'm just like,
Well, you can move. Well, you had
Don't
to
look at me.
I'm moving towards the axe that the guy had.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I am gonna say he's still holding onto it. He's just now bound.
He's
to-
restrained.
Yeah, he is restrained. But yeah,
I'm gonna guess that those hits are gonna hurt real hard when they're at advantage.
Yeah.
I'm no scientist, but I think a Praetor with his weapon after getting hit in the back probably gonna hit a little hard, a little extra hard.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Anything else?
All around.
You good?
Yeah, I
Okay.
exhausted everything.
7. What do you want to do?
Well, I'm looking at the Dragonborn, give him like just a little, mini salute, and then I'm raging.
Oh my!
File a formal request to rage.
Yeah. With that, I'm probably just, threat detection, like who's basically either biggest threat near me or the closest near me.
So they're all varying sizes. Some of them you do start to see spell slinging going around, but most of them are carrying this kind of long, just short of a short blade, but longer than a standard dagger, and it is ugly and crude and black. But you do see this one of them, this large one, come through, and you see that through his hood, you see 2 massive horns.
Ooh.
As he after he gored somebody. So that's probably gonna be the closest guy to you.
Yeah, no, I'm going after him.
Go get him, Daddy.
So I'm grabbing that javelin, sort of concealed javelin that I had, expanding it out.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then probably just not even.
And when you
running.
do that, you hear ooh.
Yeah. But yeah, probably not even like running, but just doing like a steady walk, and then just like going to like stab that guy with it.
Okay.
At first.
Stabby, stabby.
Stabby. I can't see what that is.
This is my best friend, Stabby.
17.
That would hit.
Okay, cool. So that is 8 damage.
Okay.
And then for my second attack, I mean, I imagine that guy's not dead with only 8 damage.
He drops. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
One hit right through the mouth. Just
I'm probably like,
cave trolled him.
yo, after that first stab,
Exactly. The exact noise.
after that first stab, I'm probably almost just like, pulling it out and then just kind of like almost half twirling it.
Okay.
Just going for another stab right into him.
Yeah, you hear with a flourish.
He can attack now more than once.
Yeah, that hits as well. That's an 11 plus 7, so 18.
That hits.
Yeah. That is only 5 damage, but still.
So 13 total.
13 total. Yeah.
That'd be piercing damage. Okay.
So yeah, and then basically just just kind of doing that, then just maybe like taking like a half step back, but like just more like fighting stance essentially.
Positioning, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's my actions right now.
You hear amongst the chaos and screaming, you do hear scribbling.
Hold on, wait, is it O'Darren or who's?
I know.
Are you scribbling, O'Darren? Speaking of which, O'Darren, it is to you. So you see this fight breaking out.
Can I see Hycanus anywhere?
Hycanus is you in this sized room with everything going on at the moment. You do not see anything.
Okay.
Well, give me a perception check. There's always possibility. Roll in that 20. Well, because just it's chaos right now, so.
Yeah. Especially in a place that big.
Yeah.
That is a nat 20.
You see Hycanus had gone and joined with the guards on the High King and is now like just kind of taking a guarding stance inside the smallest circle of guards.
Phalanx.
Yeah, so he's just inside of it. And I'm gonna say you just caught that because of his white silvery dreads.
So he's essentially protected by these guards.
Yeah.
Okay.
As protected as he could be amongst the phalanx. Because you're in a giant fight with a equal matched.
If
force.
not greater, yeah.
Yeah. So like.
Which
And I'm near 7. So I'm gonna say, this doesn't look good, 7. And then I'm gonna click the pin on my
go invisible.
lapel, and I'm not just going invisible. I am casting greater invisibility.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
You're gonna get bumped into by so many people in the party that are trying to run away. That's my first thought.
Watch where you go.
Yeah. So, all right. Anything else, O'Darren?
I will move towards 7.
As you do move through, because you're keeping a little bit of distance, I am gonna want you to roll either give me a dex save to make sure that somebody doesn't trip into you.
That's a 14.
I'll say there's gonna be.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that you were able to avoid the people that are now fleeing out. So from there, conversely, the people that are trying to flee out are being bottlenecked because of the guards trying to go in. So you're kind of getting a around Chicago construction situation.
Yeah.
Where you're go, stop, go, stop, as you're more or less having to trickle in and out.
In halflings, we've been a little better.
We can
even
move,
if
well,
you
when it's
can,
that
you have to
fast.
remember though that
Yeah, that's
there
true.
is a bunch of people with you trying to go in,
Gotcha.
a bunch of people coming out. So even if you're able to go forward, hitting people coming towards you. So unfortunately, it's kind of a rate of speed that you're all able to travel, but you do get inside. While you are getting inside, the people that are currently in, you're able to see that the guards are pulling the family away towards the throne.
Where that guy is?
Yeah.
Oh shoot! Yeah, I forgot he was sitting on there.
Pull him towards him. I was like,
Okay,
wait a
sorry,
minute,
pulling him away.
Are the
I
guards a
apologize.
part of this? Oh no!
I apologize. But there are plenty of. I completely forgot I put him there.
You wanted a grand entrance. You got a grand entrance.
You got a grand entrance. But as they are trying to, some guards are trying to go for Imrotusk. He just has these, a black, massive one-handed halberd in one hand, and then it's kind of like those Shaolin weapons. It's almost like the hooked
Yeah, hook blade.
Oh, yeah.
So he's got a halberd in one and a hooked blade in the other, and he's just having a field day, like just embracing all the fun he's now having. Make chaos reign. Make chaos reign. But yeah, so at this point, everyone's here. I want initiatives.
Hell
from
yeah.
everybody.
Oh my god.
Beakly and then
So I'm going to let you know,
Not here.
with the sheer amount of guards and Eyes in the Darkness are there, they are going to have their own separate roles, but understand that this is going to be massive amounts of people acting on their own. So let me do, that one's going to be for the guards, that one's going to be for, oh, the Eyes in the Darkness did better. And guards. Okay, anyone over a 20?
24.
21.
24. So Felix.
To initiative, baby.
And we got Ren. Anyone from 16 to 20? Okay.
Oh no! Oh no!
yeah.
9 to 15.
9.
14.
Okay.
11.
So Banner, Eldon, O'Darren, 7. And then I need to do M's.
The rest of the recording is Wes rolling initiative for all
Yeah.
the characters. All right, everyone have a great
Not
session.
all of them,
Goodbye.
but oh, poor Praetor. He rolled in that one.
He was just so
He was so
smack
mad.
gobbled.
He was so mad that you didn't listen to him, and that's what it was. You're like, come on! I wanted to fight my brother.
Oh, we're being
They're not being
Oh. Sunday. And the last one for the High King. Man, y'all, we have a thing going on.
We have a thing.
We have a thing. So first up is Felix with Ren on deck. So here's how this is going to occur. Because we have large scale. You guys are required to take out a percentage of the guys that are popping through these portals. You are not going to be responsible for killing all of them, because there are guards there that are also going to be working. And when I do the actions for the Eyes in the Darkness and for the guards, it's going to be collectively sort of things, and I'll get more specific if I need to, but understand these are going to be group actions for them. So, Felix, what do you want? Ren, get ready.
So in terms of setting the scene, like all three of us have gotten up and like are seeing all this going on.
Yep. So I'm going to say that you guys are in now, and these portals are around the room. So you guys are able to pour in. And now with the guards and civilians that have joined, we're about equal.
Okay, but so like most of the civilians are out, or
There's still some stuck in there. Some guards are trying to act as shields, but there are also a large portion of guards just hanging around the royal family.
Okay. So kind of like I'll either say like slipping through for like the initiative bonus, slipping through the people. I kind of lean back to them like damage control. We need to save people, and then we can get all together. And then just kind of slip through the gap that I'm able to kind of fit through when I pop out from the guards. I'm going to say, especially in that case, other than seeing where 7 is, because I'm going to move towards 7, but on the way try and either help people or dispatch as many as I can in like one section. I want to... Man, that's a good one. I'm going to pick one portal, or at least one that's nearby that doesn't have any civilians in it.
Yep.
And I want to magnify gravity on one of them, so I want to just shut down a portal.
Okay.
I was
So,
gonna say send it back.
well,
I was
whoever
thinking that
walks
too.
through is going to immediately get hit by it, but also too, like I want to get people that are either out of it, like just coming out, but I just want to block one down, or just even if they try to step through, there's going to be a bunch of people that are all stuck in the ground.
So
I don't know how you want to do it because.
So what's going to happen is, and the guards and the EIDs, the Eyes in the Darkness, are going to have generally the same amount of hit points. They're not going to be extravagant or anything.
Mhm.
So, so I have to do a spell or probably a strength check.
A con save, and that's for whatever the number, or if you want to do like
What
a
is it?
portal. Mine? That's a good question. I had it on here. It is 16.
So it doesn't inherently do anything to portal, but
Yeah.
there are, and as you do this and you start realizing it about all of them, there's somebody next to it
That's that's casting it.
So you actually pull
20-foot
in.
sphere.
Yeah, so you pull in that and like 2 other of the guys. What damage does that do?
I'm rolling it right now. Oh, 16.
Okay.
That's max damage.
So
16
crumbles
force.
the guy with the portal, and the puddle just dissipates. The other 2 that it catches, they are now heavily hurt.
Yeah, and they have to do strength saving throws to see if they're not prone. But anybody that's in it that
I'm not going to
damage-
roll
No,
for
you're
every
fine.
single one of them. I'm just going to
You're
take the
good.
one. They both fail. They are prone.
Cool. So they just
Yeah.
fall down. Everything else that's in
The other
area
one
is
crumpled
no.
up. So we'll say that. You
So
know.
I do that for it.
Okay.
And then bonus action, use my holster and get my gun. Have it ported out. So
Okay.
I have my
I
gun.
need to keep track of how many EIDs there are.
You're good.
Me being down my hand crossbows is like down a lot of damage.
I bet.
It's
I bet. I was either gonna do one of those little wrist guns that hide in your sleeve, but I knew that was probably gonna be found, so I was just like, all right, well, I'm just gonna get returning. But yeah, so did that, and that was my action. I'm gonna try and I'm moving towards 7. So after doing that,
Okay.
I am making my way towards 7.
There are very few figures that stand as tall as they do.
Yeah.
You're able to point out your big friend now because he's now taller even than them.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. He's always my
Yeah.
beacon in the storm. So I'm going
Because
towards him.
I'm 14 feet tall right now.
Yeah, you got, what was it, Gypsy from Pacific Rim? You're Gypsy.
Yeah.
And
My
but
boy. So I'm going towards him after shutting that portal down.
okay. Anything else?
That'll be it.
All right, then we're gonna have Ren with Banner on deck.
So how much time, like the action economy wise, you think would be to get the axe out of the brothers' grip?
It would be he would have a disadvantage. It'd be 1-for-1 straight rolls at one another, using strength modifiers, and he'd be at disadvantage.
Could he use athletics instead of strength, or he just it's up
Yeah,
to
you can do that, and he'll have a strength saving throw.
For theater of the mind, like how big is this area? Like how far are all of us apart?
So
Or at least like
you
me
would have
now
had to,
being
you
positioned.
would have. I'm letting it kind of happen. You would have essentially have to dash to get to him.
Okay. Just making sure. So like we're still like 60 feet, or at least where I am now, moving closer. Okay.
Yes.
That's fine.
But I'm going to say, yeah, you can use athletics. He's going to use straight strength at disadvantage because he is bound.
He's
Yeah.
also hex, but
And hexed.
I didn't do that well. I got 12.
Well, I can't double stack disadvantage, so
No.
it's just
Yeah,
a
yeah, yeah.
disadvantage, yeah.
Just- yeah.
So yeah, I'm going to say that you pry it away from him. But I do need a a dexterity saving throw from you.
Whoa. Ooh, I got a 12.
So as you do that, there's this like shock wave as you pull away his packed weapon, and you are going to take.
Warlocks, man.
You're gonna take 11 force damage.
Sicko mode.
Who said he's just a warlock?
He could be an Eldritch Knight.
Okay. Well, true.
But,
Also, act like
so-
many things. Either way, it sounds like it's going to be a returning weapon.
Yeah. Real smart of me.
He's just like, got it. Crap.
Yeah, like
Anything else, Ren? Because that's gonna be your main action. I'm gonna say what you just
It
had
at
to
least
do.
takes a bonus action to
Sure,
summon
no,
it back to his
action economy,
hands.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's good because there's a lot of
Well,
stuff.
even
that
if
can
he
happen with
summons it
those.
back, he's gonna be.
he's still
bound.
restrained. Yeah.
I just drop it behind the Praetor. I'm like, fuck, that hurts. Shit.
Grabbing something, thinking like not knowing it's that hot, and you're just like, I'm just letting it go.
It's like getting that plate of pizza rolls out of the microwave.
What is my action economy left?
So you have bonus action left.
Okay, I'm gonna action surge then.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to then use 2 rapier attacks to do non-lethal damage to the Praetor's brother.
Okay. I just went Blue's Clues on it. Blue's Clues.
A 19.
Oh yeah.
Advantage.
Yeah, you have advantage
Let's see if I get that.
because he's wrapped up.
And
Roll
then
for
let's see
that
the second
20, bud.
one. The second one is, the second one hits. It's 18 plus 7.
Yeah.
Nat 20 actually.
Let's go.
He's hexed.
Oh,
A lot
yeah,
of
he's
damage.
hexed.
That's a lot of
You get to slurp
damage.
that up?
Okay, so
You get to slurp that up or anything?
I'm not
do
close enough.
first
That's why I
one.
made sure to set distance. Trust me. I had other things that I was going to do, but I'm not in range.
that is 8 piercing plus 1 necrotic, and then piercing is magical damage. And I'm gonna roll my crit damage now.
Okay.
2, 8, 12. So 12 piercing damage on the second one, and 9 necrotic damage on that one.
So I have a total of 30.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Nice.
30 non-lethal.
Well, the hex I can't control.
Oh yeah, that's still. Ooh man, that's kind of yeah.
I'm keeping track. It just helps
Yeah, going up
whittle it
here.
down.
Okay, anything else?
I have my bonus action.
That's great.
Ooh woo.
I took how much damage? I took 11.
Took 11.
11 force damage.
Force damage.
I will second wind
Oh, okay.
because I don't want to.
Big first turn.
Okay, so I can't overheal, but I got back to max.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. So now it's going to be Banner with the axe on deck.
All right. Banner is going to look to see if there's a particular concentration of these black hooded figures.
Sure. So as they kind of popped up equidistant around the room, that doesn't mean people were already equidistant in there. So there is a large contingent that you're able to see kind of, I'm going to say on the opposite side. So Felix hit to you guys' left when you came in. Yep. Probably a large contingent now coming from the right, starting to either engage or about to go deeper into the...
All right. So then Banner is going to cast Spiritual Guardians, or spiritual guardians on himself.
Okay.
So these small angelic figures pop up,
Okay.
begin
Swirling.
orbiting around him,
Yeah,
out
okay.
up to 15 feet.
Okay.
And then I'm going to use my bonus action to pop my eyes. Right. Pop my eyes out.
And he dies.
Oh my eyes.
The blindfolds it is.
Oh, Lord.
His eyes glow and those translucent wings pop out again.
Okay.
And then he launches himself flying above the crowd towards this group.
Nice.
And targeting with the guardians any
Okay.
that he sees.
I'm going to say that there's 6. You can probably hit.
Each take 3d8
Roll me
radiant
damage.
and their movement is halved.
Roll me damage.
All right.
The lawnmower. That's what I call it.
Lawnmower. Oh no, did I?
Weed whacker. A holy lawnmower. Just
Oh yeah.
Never!
cursed.
Remember, until
Forever
next
cursed.
time.
Forever cursed.
All right. Do you just want one roll or?
Give me one if we're going to do it for all 6.
All right.
I'm doing group damage.
Is that 7? Whoa!
That is a
22.
Oh, all 6 of them. Just in a blinding light of these little angelic blades, just ching, 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 ching. Literally lawnmowering. Just dicing them up.
A holy lawnmower.
Holy lawnmower.
Holy lawnmower of Antioch. Anything else, Banner?
Is that not enough? Yes, that's
It could be.
Are you
All
not
right.
entertained?
Are you not?
The axe is up, and
What is Prexana's teachings on overkill?
Yeah.
There is no such thing.
That's what I was expecting. That's what I was expecting.
do it often and many. No, I'm just
There's
kidding.
no overkill. They're just
So-
doing it
Kill,
enough.
then kill some more.
You hear him and see him start muttering something, and I need a wisdom saving throw from the praetor.
No.
No. I thought he was gonna make it. Wait, what's his bonus? No. Okay. So Crown of Madness.
No one's got a counterspell?
Crown of Madness. There's so much other
How
stuff.
close am I?
You are near him. You are not close enough.
Because that's 60 feet, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah.
No. And so Crown of Madness on the Praetor.
This is fun.
So he is charmed, and the charmed target must use its action before moving on each of its turns to make a melee attack against a creature other than itself. That, as I look at Jack, that you mentally choose. The target can act normally on its turn if you choose no creature, or if none are within its reach. Yes, and on every subsequent turn, you must use your main action to use your action to maintain control over the target, or if the spell ends, also the target can make a Wisdom saving throw at the end of each of its turns. On a success, the spell saves. I thought he was going to make it.
Concentration, so.
Yes, it is. So he can't go anywhere, and his action was to cast that. So I guess a minor would not be to break out of that.
No.
No.
It takes an action to break out of it.
Yeah. So, well, let's see what he's got for.
So I'm like attacking this downed guy, and then all of a sudden there's this huge hulking monstrosity, eyes like glowing red.
I'm gonna say you don't even realize it.
No, yeah.
So like you saw.
I'm like seeing the metal image. I'm like,
Okay.
he's like,
So that is all that the axe is gonna do. Eldon with O'Darren on deck.
Oh, I'm going.
Sorry, I meant to say that. That's my fault. Eldon.
I'm going to probably run to the Archpriest.
Hey. I just wanted to double check. You did roll that with advantage, right? Hobgoblins have advantage against being charmed.
Oh, okay. This may be a lie. So this.
I didn't
failed
want
the
because I was
first
like,
one then.
wait a minute.
No, the second one.
Okay,
was
no,
worse.
you're fine. That's why I was like, wait a minute. I was like, is that them or am I thinking of a different one? And I was like, they have advantage against being charmed or frightened. I
So
was like,
good call though. Thank you. I will
Sorry,
keep that in
I
mind.
just wanted to make sure,
because
'cause-
when he goes to save though,
Yeah.
that'll be with advantage. So
Yeah.
sorry.
You're good.
If you dash, you will get 3/4 of the way
Dang.
to. Yeah, I'm gonna say that. Well, no, because 2 whole faith centers can fit in this room.
Yeah, you said it's
even if
huge.
you dash, you're about 3/4 of the way through. We gotta do it like this. You'd be 1/4 of the way through the room.
Just can't get there, yeah.
bonus action and main action dash. So you have
Yeah, so get you halfway across the room.
that would quadruple your movement speed.
Yeah.
Wait, what's your subclass?
Huh? Thief.
Doesn't it?
Cunning action.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, it's kinda
Yeah, I was like,
So
wait a
yeah,
minute,
you can
do
get,
that.
you can use if you use all of your action to move, you can get halfway through this room, which would still leave them about 1/4 of the way away from you.
Yeah, right.
Oof.
Yeah, oof. Yeah.
That's a big place.
That's a big place.
Dimension.
That's
door?
the only benefit that civilians have right now.
Yeah.
That this is a big place. But it's also their detriment because they're having to cross a big
Well, maybe
place.
I'll go ahead and start like
Like
the
velocity.
nearest people that are to the door to kind of like thin the herd. so to
Sure.
speak.
Yeah, you can. Like it's already started to happen with Banner attacking one group, Felix knocking out a portal.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna say that one of those 6 Banner had a portal. So
Yeah, especially for a lawnmower.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Yeah, I'll just go ahead and engage the nearest guy to me.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to do sneak attack since in the chaos and I'm
But
small.
it is hectic. I'm gonna say, excuse me. That you can attempt it.
Okay. And you said it's a. It's 19.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess the nearest guy attack. It's a D8 for a short sword.
D6 for a short sword.
Yeah. A rapier is a D8.
Okay. Alright, so we're gonna do 3 plus my sneak attack damage, which is another D6. So
Your sneak attack should be 2d6.
Yeah, I thought it went up once you got to 5.
Alright.
oh no, it's 3d6. Way off.
Yeah, because I was like, I know
It starts off
at
at 2d6.
Yeah, it starts off at 2.
2d6. Yeah.
Yeah, because like they're DPS. They're meant to hurt.
So 2.
I'm gonna get one tapped.
What's up?
I'm gonna
13?
get one tapped.
Man,
Looked around. You're about to find out. He
So
told you to
13
get
on my sneak
away.
attack damage too. So 5 and
helped.
13, 5, so
He drops.
yeah.
You sink your short sword, just like you catch him right here, like Achilles did to
Just like jump there.
Get way to go, Brad Pitt. Yeah, you got him. He drops. He crumples. So, yeah. Anything else?
Yes, really. What kind of weapon is he using?
The guy that you just killed.
Yeah.
Dagger. Big old long nasty dagger.
I'm gonna pick it up.
Kind of like a feather dagger.
Okay.
Kind of like that.
So I'm dual wielding.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it.
Oh, Darren with 7 on deck. Oh, Darren. So you got 7 entangled with Longhorn Steakhouse. And
Check this out back over here.
How close am I to
Not
one
a
of those
sponsor.
portals?
what was that?
How close am I to one of those portals?
So there were originally 10 portals. 2 have been taken out. So there's 8. There were 2 on the back end of the building, and then the other 4 lining, or 8, 4 on 4 on each side. So, and this is a big room, so they're spaced out. So you're probably close to 1.
Okay. And then can I see Ren?
Ren's a healthy distance away from him, from you, but I'm gonna say you can see him
Okay.
or see her. Sorry.
So you'll see O'Dara. Well, you won't see O'Dara.
Nope,
because
you're
I'm
invisible.
I
invisible.
see everything though.
But I will pluck a flower from my branch, and the edges of it will start to sizzle.
The god Ao is pleased with your description. I'm just kidding.
And I'll toss it into the air, and the wind will pick up, and it'll continue to burn. And now you'll actually see this
Yeah.
cherry blossom.
The moment
burning
it leaves your grasp, this cherry blossom appears.
as it flies into one of these portals, and I cast Fireball.
Oh no.
Nuke.
Basically.
In a heavy, not even me. Not even me.
Not even
in
you.
one would say the most populated area we've been in this entire campaign.
Okay.
Because I'm going to do a deck save for the group of people that are there.
I feel bad for the guy that's holding the portal.
Right.
Oh no, honey. Oh no, it was a 3.
Oh my God. That's
Look at us, that's a lot of damage.
Is it over 16?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
So,
If
three
these were
of the dice
if these were
leave.
characters, they're dead.
You gotta like
okay.
scream out.
So
to
they're
Ren.
not even able to be resurrected right now with so much damage.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it was.
All I see is a little.
38 damage.
So you hear the screaming of 5 of these eyes in the darkness as the initial blow killed some of them. The remaining fire just burned to their sinew, their muscles. Just they burned from the inside from all your damage. So another 5 drop.
Wow, damn, chef's kiss.
And I am going to start running toward Ren, because Ren's in a serious situation.
We don't know.
But
I don't know, just hanging out.
Standing next to the
It's a
two
2v1
hobgoblins.
situation right now,
Ren
as far
is
as you know.
around some big players.
Yep.
I'm
So-
a big fight.
I didn't say you weren't.
Hey, it's a 2v1 in Call of Duty. I'll take that in a day.
But I will also turn to 7.
If Deadpool's helping Thor fight, another big guy. I'd be worried about or not Deadpool. I was gonna say Daredevil. I was like, I'd be worried about Daredevil in this situation. Be like, hey bud, you good?
What are you doing?
Little wisps of gold and silver will kind of wrap around you.
Okay.
You'll get
Silver.
3 temporary hit points.
Just a little.
You just got decorated with tinsel, my guy. You're a walking Christmas tree.
I'm doing great.
Literally, it's like he just fired a little confetti popper of gold, and he's like, there, you feel better.
Oh, Darren,
Intention
anything
was for
else?
that to do so much more. No, I'm good.
All right, 7 with the High King on deck.
Yeah.
So want him to rage. The king.
Yeah, I'm holding rage. I wanted to double check because I couldn't remember with the javelin if you said that this one was one that like had returning on it.
Yes.
Okay, I thought so.
So
So
she threw it because Lenders threw it, and then it came back to her. Yeah.
yeah, that's what I thought. I just haven't used that function yet, so that's why I was trying to remember it. All right.
Way to go, man. Way to go.
So
You.
okay, so how far away am I from the Praetor's brother? Well, and Praetor.
Well, right now between you and the Praetor's brother is the Praetor. It's about 160 feet,
Okay, cool. That's
give or
fine.
take.
At least I got big board.
I don't know why that's the number that went in my head, but that makes sense if you can fit a whole building in here. 160 sounds good.
Yeah. Okay. How far am I away from the cackling person on the throne?
He's further away because he's deeper in, so he's
Okay.
200
that's what I was wondering.
plus.
All right. So I'm just gonna focus on the guy that's in front of me. I didn't know if I wanted to do just a quick little like throw, return, stab. But
Do your whole
my-
ent thing, my guy.
Yeah, my range is not.
Start knocking him out.
So basically, let's see. I'm probably going to, stab again with the javelin on Longhorn dude.
Longhorn Steakhouse.
Yeah.
Gonna cook him up real good.
That's 14.
He's a cooking us something up, miss.
Okay. So that miss.
He's a cooking us something up.
I'm actually probably going to do basically just like a kick, just like, just kick him away from me, just make a little bit of distance. So that unarmed strike.
I'm gonna let it happen, but this is gonna be a straight strength
Okay.
because I think that with the amount of force that you would want to put into this is more of a main action-y kind of thing.
Okay.
But yeah, so it's gonna be a straight strength because he can just take it.
I think I won.
Wow.
23.
Yeah. So you kick him, and I'm gonna say you kick him prone. He goes back about 10 feet and goes prone.
Okay, cool.
So you caught him in the chest, but I'm not gonna say he took any damage.
Okay, gotcha.
Prone's prone.
Okay, and then
Yes.
I'm just double checking any bonus actions or anything, but I don't really have any. Yeah, no, that's probably all I'm doing.
Okay. All right. High King is up with Imro Tusk on deck. So the High King is in the midst of these group of guys, and you do see. Well, I say you see. This is more just for the theater of it all. But in his hands, like a sword appears. Very, Noctis, if you want to think Final Fantasy 15 and whatnot. But a sword appears, and he actually wants to go out and fight. And he's literally being held back by guards.
Back, bro.
So instead, you do see, again, see in quotations, this cackle of energy in one hand as he fires a lightning bolt across, and he nails. He goes to hit some of these guys. Oh yes,
Yeah.
Queen. Or a king in this
Yeah.
situation.
Oh, yes.
Yes, King. Slay.
Yeah.
Slay, King. Slay.
Okay.
Literally.
So he is going to hit. I didn't roll how many that was
Slay
going to be.
king. Slay the king.
Slay King.
No.
Don't slay the king.
He's gonna hit 6 of them. Wow. So I'm rolling a D8 for mass attacks, with banners and everything. So maximum of 8 you could hit. He hits 6 of them, and he does 11 damage with his lightning bolt. But none of them drop. They're all still up. There is a portal guy. They're just hanging, and it's the smoke rising from them, and they're moving, but barely. That's all he's gonna do because he can't move. Now Imro Tusk is going to make 2 massive swings on these guys in front of him. So I'm gonna roll twice, 1 for each weapon. They both miss.
Wow.
It's a good showing.
That was a great showing.
It's great.
He's just like, oh, oh come on!
This guy was bad.
It's chaotic.
Yeah, it is. Hey. One thing about chaos. It's fair.
But from there, it's going to be the Eyes in the Darkness and now the guards. And then the guards. So the Eyes in the Darkness, they're collectively going to push in. And what we're going to do, there's going to be none near Banner because he slaughtered them all.
I don't think anyone would want to go towards that.
You
Like
gravitated
watching
it
that happen, I'd be like, oh, I'm gonna go this side.
Kill
I'm gonna go by the
I
punch.
can dodge it.
Near
I
you.
can dodge
I'm gonna
it.
go by the punch. Like
The Minotaur is going to stand up. That's his movement, so he can't get any closer. that's really all he can do is he pulls out a hand axe. I mean, he can't. He's more of a goring situation. Eldon, there is going to be one near you that's going to attack.
Okay.
13.
I mean, do we have armor on? Because we're just in our dress clothes.
I didn't put armor on.
I didn't have armor on either.
Without armor, so what does your armor usually add?
Usually it's a 15.
No, it would be 10 plus dex.
Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
it's 10 plus. I was 6. I was like,
So it's
unarmored.
10. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're gonna get hit.
Yeah.
With this little dagger. You're gonna take 4 damage.
Okay.
I don't think Fireballed. Your guy can only stand. No, he's not in this turn. So, so in this instance,
Someone by Felix. Sorry, Felix.
no, because he used gravity
Oh,
on guys,
yeah.
and then you ran. So what I'm gonna say
Yeah, I
is,
didn't dash or anything.
I don't roll me a d4, Jack. This is the number of civilians being attacked.
Oh shit.
Oh wow, that's on his hands.
That's
okay.
3.
3. Okay.
That's not bad.
Good than 4. Good than 4.
I'm gonna say that they are because they are unarmored. Their base AC is 10 as well. They're gonna get hit, and they're all taking 4 damage. So they're just getting cut into. Some of them are trying to leave, and then I need now. It's the guard's turn. Roll me a d4. No, roll me a d8.
A D8.
Yep, this is gonna be how many eyes in the darkness get hit.
1.
1.
Oh.
Okay. That's,
See, that was what you should have rolled.
and that's gonna be a miss.
Oh well, there you
It's
go.
gonna be a miss.
Even
So it's kind of a waste. But the guards are now shoring up the exits, kind of keeping civilians from leaving, but also keeping the eyes from leaving as well.
them in.
The guards that are around the High King tighten their phalanx. So it's going to be Hycanus and then the Praetor. Hycanus is going to more or less taking the ordering right now because the Praetor isn't immediately right there. And aside from the High King, he's the second highest rank. He's going to shout something to the other guards, and they're going to start pulling away as much as they can. There is what looks like a door on the other side, one of the corners from the throne. They're going to start working their way back that way. Arcanus is going to, you don't see it, but he does it. He mutters something pointing at Emerald Tusk. And, oh, he succeeded his save. And you see Emerald Tusk just kind of shake his head, be like, "Stop that! That's not fun!" And that's going to be the extent of Hycanus. The Praetor is currently charmed. He goes to unbind the rope.
He can't.
Oh no, he has to attack. So he's gonna attack you. So he's gonna attack you with his. He's gonna attack you with. Yeah.
Let's go.
He's gonna attack you with his glaive. Oh, it's gonna be a miss. It's gonna be a miss.
Why'd you roll?
He went to attack you with the glaive and he missed.
But what'd you roll?
Oh, I mean, I only have a 13. I rolled a 5.
My armor class is 13.
He hits.
Okay, I thought you were higher.
I don't have armor at the moment.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
right.
you keep forgetting that, man.
Let's.
I die.
My armor class is
TPK.
higher than most of the people at the table. What is happening right now?
Let's see here.
We went to a social gathering.
Yeah, but
Other than
mine,
7.
because
Other than
I
7,
took my armor off one time, and
Seven's
it was
meant to not
good,
be in
so-
armor. Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, I'm better off without
You're
armor.
gonna take
Actually,
12 slashing damage, and then you're going to take 6 radiant damage.
Okay.
18.
That's not that bad.
I would wait until.
And then he gets to make with advantage. Wisdom save. He succeeds, so you see him like shake it off as like he realizes like seeing the blood on his glaive. Like,
Jesus Christ. Ow! Who is Jesus?
Peas and rice, man.
in the other game I run, there's a cat Jesus, and one of the players is disseminating pamphlets. Yeah, so because he was limited on what he was able to do, that's the extent of his turn. So that brings us back to the top with Felix and then Ren on deck.
How close am I to Ren?
I'm going to say you're within 60.
I'm within 60.
Yep.
Okay, and then what's his name is still up by the throne, correct?
Imro Tusk. Yes.
Emerald Tusk. And then Minotaur just stood up. That was his turn, and he pulled out his axe. It's not really gonna work doing that for it. Okay.
Make your dreams come true, Felix.
Technically, he could have attacked the rope, but there's nothing about
It
it.
was creature. He has to attack creature.
I have advantage on restrained people, correct?
What are you doing?
I'm gonna shoot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as they're
Yeah.
not prone, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So now, like I said last turn, I got my rifle from doing that as the bonus action. I guess I just want to make sure this is good with you. I want to get up on a table to make sure I have a clear shot, or if I already have a clear shot.
Sure.
With Mr.
So you can pull that off, yeah.
Yeah. And I'm gonna do molten slug. So I spin the barrel, and one of them spins up and starts getting really hot, and I line up to take a shot. So I have to do a ranged melee attack with this.
Okay.
What?
If it works out, you'll see.
Yeah, that is definitely what it is. Oh,
You know when you heat up.
actually, I'm just gonna make it a 20. Why not for kicks?
Oh, you have it cocked.
I'm gonna make it a crit.
Okay. So you hit.
You saved it a while back.
So yeah, so I'm gonna make this a crit. So I need to roll. You said did we do max or double on crits?
Double.
Yeah, I doubled my dice.
Yeah, double.
So what's a d8? 1d8. That's an 8, and then 2d6. 3, 5, 8, 8. So the 1d8 was 8, so 16 piercing and 8, so 6. 8, so 16 fire damage as this shot rips through.
16 piercing, 16 fire.
Fire damage as this molten slag flies through and hits him. It also embeds into him. So from now on until somebody does a wisdom check to remove it, he has disadvantage on all attacks. Yep.
Okay.
So I line that up with that shot. Yeah, kind of, except just.
All right.
And
Anything
then
else?
I'm gonna try to get closer to him.
7.
To 7.
Okay.
Yeah. So get down and just scramble to get closer to him.
Okay. Ren with banner on deck. He took the hit and he just turns. He just growls at you. Well, it's more of a yell.
Blow a kiss. So yeah, so we're right next to you, just upper center of mass, just clips into him, and he just has this sizzling thing that's just burning inside of him.
You could literally hear it.
Oh yeah, it's like a Chili's fajita plate coming right by you, literally, and it's just sitting there, just going to town on this dude's shoulder.
God, the pain.
That's the
memories.
best way I could think about it. Is a fajitas plate just walking right by you.
What do we got, Ren?
I'm like clasping my shoulder. I turn towards the praetor. I'm like, "You all right? That hurt."
My bad.
Can you see the crown of madness?
It's gone now.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's gone. It would have dissipated.
But
Yeah, it does manifest.
I turn back towards the brother and I keep non-lethally attacking him.
Okay.
I'm gonna. It hits.
Advantage.
Damn.
Gotta remember.
I'm gonna spend a superiority dice just so I can do the extra damage. It's gonna be.
And he's hexed.
Huh?
And you have him hexed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that hex only worked on you, right? That didn't work on the damage I did to him.
Yeah, it only works on me.
Okay.
Okay, that's an extra D8.
I keep thinking of
Oh.
hex blades. Hex.
Nice. Donde está? There it is. Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, I'm gonna take off that I used a 20.
It's that 7 piercing, 4 necrotic. And I'll attack him again.
Okay.
And another one.
Another one.
15 plus 7, 22 hits, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's 25.
Which what keep rolling bad. 12 piercing plus 5 necrotic.
Doesn't hurt. Yeah. He's showing he's been hit. Anything else?
Turn back to his praetor. Are you sure you're good?
I'm good.
I'm going to step on the opposite side.
That's fair.
And I'm going to use my movement to flank.
Banner with the axe on deck.
So I am gonna beat feet toward the front of the room, but again, kind of maneuvering over eyes in the dark as I go. Just
Mowing them down.
but basically dash. Toward the front of the room, so.
Yeah, because I would say when you have that on, like, isn't it any enemy that comes into range? Oh my God, yeah. So literally, all you have to do is just run at that point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
kind of.
Holy shit! Or
'Cause
fly.
I can make it
you
ignore
fly.
What's the
anybody
damage
around.
on that?
3d8. Although
Roll it for me. You hit 8 of them if you do. Yeah. You're literally a walking weed whacker right now.
actually, I had another one anyway. Oh, well.
Change his name to John Deere after this. Jeez.
No, it's good. 15 though.
They will all drop.
15 radiant.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
still pretty good.
the holy weed
cleric.
whacker.
Our cleric is the one that's taking off.
Yeah.
Anything else, Banner?
Nope.
All right, the axe is up. He's going to try and fight the restraints.
It's a war cleric.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
But still the thought, you know.
Okay. So what is the rope of entanglements thing I have to beat?
It's a strength save, isn't it?
It's
and he has disadvantage.
choice of strength or dex have to be
Oh, I have disadvantage.
Yeah.
yeah.
Man, it's
And you have to
He's gonna.
beat a 15.
No, he's one shy. So he's still bound.
And that was his action to try and break out.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Sucker.
Good use of the rope.
You.
Plot device, man. That's
Yeah.
yeah. Hey,
Not beating the scripted allegations.
Chekhov's rope.
A lot of good foreshadowing, though. We talked about fireball, scroll fireball. We talked
Yes.
about
Yeah.
I mean, realistically, it puts the idea in their head so that when it happens, they're like, wait a minute, I have fireball.
Though-
Well, you could say it's kind of like a
yeah.
chicken and the egg situation.
Now I'm just waiting for
Anything
just
else? Or sorry, that was it's his turn.
don't fire
Um,
that thing at point range, like point blank. I'm waiting for it.
Honestly,
Oh, yeah.
I know it's going to invoke opportunity, but he's going to try and run.
He's restrained.
He's restrained, yeah.
His
His movement
Okay.
0.
oh, that's right.
So he can't.
Sorry, I
just,
was thinking the upper body was
he
caught.
He's,
And I'm like,
he's,
legs can go.
He's
Sorry, my
wrapped in a
fault.
rope.
My fault.
Got
My
hit
fault.
a couple
My
times.
fault.
He has a molten slag burning in his shoulder, and he tries to wiggle.
Yeah.
What else would you do in that
situation?
Yeah, I mean, you can't just be like,
Lots
yeah, I
of
give up.
wiggles.
Hey,
Yeah,
hey,
we're
red
good.
flag. Hey, we good?
Hey, we good?
Hey, truce?
We good?
Truce?
I didn't even do it.
Dude, the axe in his back, yeah.
Say
That
psych.
wasn't even me.
Say psych.
It's like Eldon with O'Darren on deck.
Truces. So I'm gonna throw that dagger I picked up at someone.
Chuck it.
Just chuck it at someone.
Chuck it.
Guys.
He misses and hits a civilian.
Right.
If it's a 1, I'm going to say you hit a civilian.
15.
Yeah, you hit.
Does I'm not sure what the dagger 1d4. I'm
It
guessing.
is a d4.
Yeah, if I throw a dagger. Yeah.
Plus your
Does
dex.
3 damage.
Plus your
just-
dex.
Even if I'm throwing it.
Yeah, it's a thrown
Okay.
weapon.
Yeah, thrown weapon.
Dex is the highest.
My dex is the highest.
I have the highest dex in the land. So
I would hope for a rogue.
Okay. There is no dex higher than mine.
So I throw a dagger and then I attack with my
Okay.
cane sword.
Which means your armor class is 13. If you didn't know.
Yeah. Actually, pretty nice. And I just attack the nearest guy to me. Actually, how far is Banner from me?
Oh, he took off. Holy lawnmower, yeah, dude. He's
I kinda went to the right and then
football
I went
field,
to the
yeah.
Oh,
he's,
okay.
You are seeing the blades of grass that are limbs. This is why you put a guard on your weed whacker so the pieces don't go
steel
everywhere.
chain weed whacker, not one of those little plastic ones. Like it is just.
Hey, get out of here.
It's
That's what I
working.
was-
Every so often he hits something and you just hear it sort of just
Yeah, he catches on a strong neck bone.
right over a stick in the grass or whatever.
So I threw a dagger at one guy and then I'm going to attack the guy that stabbed me. Oh, that's an 18.
It's so nice that we can all, well, not everyone, but most people multi-attack now.
Be, what, 5? 9 damage to the guy that stabbed me.
Okay.
All right, next one for slashing damage.
Anything else?
Is the guy that I attacked dead?
Yeah, he drops.
I'm gonna like start heading towards
Okay.
Banner.
Okie dokie. Anything else?
That's it.
Eldon with O'Darren. Or sorry, O'Darren with 7 on deck.
So I started moving towards Ren.
Yes.
How far away am I?
I'm going to say you're within 50.
Okay. So I am going to pull out my gun.
And I pulled out my gun.
Every time. Start a blast.
Every
Try
time.
not to do it for mine.
And then I am going to cast Deadly Slash through it.
I was say, is like, am I gonna be in gusher range? Mind the splash thing?
Black tentacles.
But I am aiming for.
Front row, Sweetie Todd.
You just hear just that of the tentacles as
when
they
you put a
suction
mic in a
in.
mouth, and
Yeah.
Going for the axe.
wait, the guy that's restrained,
Or his weapon.
yeah, the weapon or
The axe himself or
There's
the axe.
There's meatloaf
The
the man
axe,
and
the
meatloaf
person.
the food. There's two different things.
The humanoid individual. So that is 16 plus 21.
Hits.
Okay.
Blackjack.
How many debuffs can we put on a guy?
I am casting.
I haven't Hunter's marked him. I haven't banged him yet.
level, so I'll have to add another
I mean, I
D8.
could bless him.
I can bless him.
He's been non-lethally attacking
Bless that
him.
homie.
With the amount of damage he's hit, like,
Bless him.
hey man, you're gonna need this. Could I bless somebody as an intimidate? I'm gonna bless you because you're gonna need this.
So you won't see anything. You'll hear a loud bang, and then just mist and a tentacle will come out and wrap around his head.
Oh no, not
Start
again.
squeezing, and it'll do 26 damage.
For any health on that?
No.
He's
I did
starting
not cast
to
it.
beginning to look hurt.
Wow.
I say
He's not
really
having
hurt.
a fun time though. I can guarantee you, he's not having a fun time.
He's annoyed.
Yeah,
He's extremely annoyed. All right. Anything else, O'Darren?
If I am near Ren, then those same golden flakes will then wrap around Ren,
Betty Popper.
and you'll get 6 temporary hit
Oh,
points.
okay.
Hell yeah.
Counter spell.
I see the favorite.
Let's go.
I'd be more scared of that if somebody's willing to counterspell something like that. I'd be like,
healing? What's he saving the 7th level
It's
for?
like using your legendary actions just to dash towards people.
Oh my god.
How? I'm
That's a
scared.
flex.
DMs would be scared. They'd be like, all right, we're leaving. We're leaving. We're out. We're out. Nope, he's just using them to walk. Be like,
Yeah.
okay.
Anything else, O'Darren?
That's it.
7 with the High King on deck.
Yep. So Longhorn Steakhouse got back up, right? Okay.
Yeah, he did.
All right, bring it on, man.
His name.
It's his name now.
Yeah.
Name's official. 3 times.
It's
canon.
I'm actually gonna reckless attack.
Actually, a longus. Stochastic. I don't know.
Okay. I'm gonna reckless attack, so I'll have advantage on my attacks, but anyone will have advantage on me as well until my
Okay.
next turn.
Longhorn S. Takehouse.
So 12 or nat 20.
Nat 20, woo!
You miss it. I'm kidding.
It was
Nat
yeah,
20
miss.
is not a for sure hit.
Yeah,
Just
miss.
saying.
Okay, so that is. I'll roll it over here. Oh, that's max damage.
Unique dice.
Thank you.
I was like,
10 normal, so 20 from the first attack.
Okay.
And then, so that's the first javelin attack, and then I'm going right back in with another javelin.
Delicious.
13
Delicious.
or another nat 20.
another nat 20.
wow.
Woo! Jesus.
There's been so much build up from lack of combat that all the
Yeah,
20s
really.
for combat.
You guys
are
have
just,
been
like, flowing
conversing. I mean, it was just-
With the crit effect would be 14.
over. Really wish I could snap those, but I
So, Longhorn Steakhouse is now a
I've already
kebab
used my reaction.
steakhouse.
Yeah.
Economy, baby.
As you run it through, and he just drops.
I want that last attack to be right through the center of his eyes.
Okay.
Full on.
Top of the order, and
That'll be a nice skull on your wall.
Yeah,
That's-
exactly.
Oh,
Anything else?
I'm gonna get it
Come back
stuffed
and get
and hang it up.
Action.
Jesus Christ.
And actually, that's even more damage because I forgot to add the rage bonus.
He's dead. You got him.
He'd very he'd very dead.
You see, it's like Final Fantasy X overkill 9999.
Yeah.
He gets bonus XP for that.
Spear just goes in his eye. So, yeah.
It's like one of those King Kong kills where he just like rips open the T-Rex's mouth.
Oh yeah. And then really what else I would be doing and just kind of looking for the next threat and moving towards it.
Oh man, I wish something saw you kill that thing and then you just point towards it. Like,
Oh, actually,
Oh no.
before I move to the next threat, I'm looking down at the Dragonborn and just giving him a thumbs up. Yeah.
Just looks up, smiles, and writes, be like, okay.
Yeah.
Tech demo.
And then looking for the next threat that nearby.
Okay.
We'll probably use my
some
movement
guys.
to get over there.
High King with Emerald Tusk. So the High King is not pleased with this. He doesn't like being ushered out either. So he's actually going to he's going to disappear
Misty Step.
in Misty Step next to Emerald Tusk as he comes down with his sword.
this idiot.
I love it.
The bad king.
He's the commander.
He is going to hit. And then he needs to add that down there. So he comes down with a Divine Smite. And he hits Emerald Tusk. And before, like, yes, you hear the yelp from the initial hit. But the hit itself looks like it's doing a bit more than it necessarily should. He hits him pretty... I'm going to be real. I rolled for 7 on his Divine Smite, and it was doubled, so it's 14, 16, 17, 18 damage.
A lot of damage.
On him, yeah. And Emerald Tusk just starts to cackle as then on his turn, he comes back with, be on this hand, with the hook blade for his first attack. Nat 20.
Oh. How they're pretty far away from me, aren't they?
They're far from
Yeah.
us.
Yeah.
Yeah, as much as I would love that.
We're nowhere near the king.
Okay. Okay.
I just told him I've already done it.
Comes back with the halberd. That's gonna hit. Okay. Man, he got hit hard. So
Time for a new dynasty.
well, that's why you have kids. But
Save the
so
sun.
he comes back
Or the
and
bird. Hit any of them.
and he's going to actually add. I didn't say it. It's not happening. So he just caught him with the hook blade coming around, and then follows through with his halberd, which hits him pretty bad. Like you see the halberd going across here. You see the strike from the sword across his chest. But the king is defiant. He's standing. He took 35 damage.
Confetti popper him.
The eyes in the darkness and the guards are going to go at each other.
I was telling you, confetti popper that guy.
And I need, as more people are leaving, give me and starting to get stuck in the fray. I need a D8 for the number of civilians, and give me a D6 for the eyes in the darkness. These are how many civilians are getting hit by the eyes in the darkness. 2. And this is how many eyes in darkness are getting hit by the guards.
4.
Okay. So this is going to be for the eyes in darkness swinging. This is going to be for the guards swinging.
Oof.
Yeah, the eyes in darkness are going to hit and kill those 2. And the guards are going to miss.
Terrible guard.
These guards suck.
Harcanus' turn.
Yeah, they should be
With a
able to
Praetor
hold
on deck. Harcanus is going to Misty Step as well, right next to the king.
Oh my god!
No.
And he's going to lacerate the hand
Whose hand?
of the High King.
I knew it.
He removes the High King's hand. Takes it. He looks over at you all. He's like, I'm sorry.
What?
And he portals out.
What?
And this is Harcanus.
Bro.
God dang it.
He is gone. And Emerald Tusk is having a field day.
No kidding.
And it was Harcanus' hand that had his birthmark on it. So he is gone.
That means nothing to me.
Yeah.
No, and well, I'm just saying
You
that's,
saw him
that's
got his hand cut
that's
off.
his
Yeah.
proof of lineage.
Yeah.
That's
We
his
can give him
pedigree.
another scar that looks the same.
I don't think you could really take this hand to somebody else and be like, "Yeah, I'm done. Look,
Well,
it's my hand."
I'm gonna say that. He was distracted after getting hit twice. I'm gonna say he came in and just
Yeah.
with his own.
Clean.
Yeah, because Yeah.
What are his guards doing?
so
just happened.
Valentina is first of all in the fray because
Okay,
Harcanus got
but
pulled
not
into
like
this.
immediate betrayal.
No,
like,
they.
okay.
But the
They're
guards that
surprised.
do see this, and even the wife screams, the queen screams, seeing
Yeah.
it. But with him gone praetor, hearing the scream, looking back and seeing the king literally holding his hand, just screams like enough, and he takes his glaive and he just puts it through his brother's head. As he then he runs as quickly as he can towards Imrotusk and he throws his glaive because he's action surging, and he throws his glaive at
Good kind of
Imrotusk.
accent shirt.
Oh, I'm so glad this is at advantage. Okay, it is going to hit him, but it's only going to do 6 damage. So as he's now cackling, Imrotux takes this glaive in his back. And oh no! Just completely demented, but his brother is dead on the ground. He is done. Felix
Must
with
have
Ren on
non-lethal.
deck. And at this point, we're now at your guys' set victory conditions. Like, you guys have killed the sufficient number of guards. So now
Doesn't
it's
feel like a
whatever
victory
you want left. Well, you guys, I only needed you to kill 20, and you guys are at 33.
Oh,
Wow.
that's good to hear.
Well, because Lawnmower McGee over here.
So,
Yeah.
honestly,
The lawnmower man.
Yes, he met the conditions by himself.
Yeah.
So what do Felix want to do, and then Ren on deck?
Shoot. Okay, Mentor's dead. That's going on. Is the family still like they're
in the
pretty,
guards, yeah.
But I'm saying like they're still looking good right now in terms of
They're-
they're
yeah.
moving. Okay.
Yeah.
And as long as nobody else tries to be an idiot and Misty Steps, Jesus. I guess I want to get just in range and just try and take a shot at Imrotusk.
Okay.
Because I guess like that's what's gonna have to go down to, because
Because there's no denying now the connection between Imrotusk and the axe.
for sure.
No, that's probably not going to do it. That is 3 plus 8.
12.
No.
8, 11. Sorry. Okay.
No.
Yeah. Other than that, do I have anything else? No, I'm not gonna use that. Yeah, I just take the shot and then just try and get closer up to that. So that's all I got.
That's fine.
I'm not gonna use
Ren with banner.
I don't have anything ranged. How far away am I from Enrotusk?
So he ran 30 and through. So it's about 60.
Okay. Is it an action or a bonus action to search a body?
To search, how in depth are you looking to be? Because if it's just a cursory thing, I'd say it's a free act or it's a bonus action. But if you're wanting to rifle through pockets, especially if you're not knowing what is in what pocket, it's going to be a
I'm
full
gonna spend a
action.
whole action to rifle through the axe's stuff.
Okay.
Do I need to roll for?
No, I'm going to say
investigation?
you went through it. You do find a piece of paper that just has time, place, day. Not unlike what was on the Grand Rose's initial attack. You do have an Eyes in the Darkness emblem on him. There is the axe itself on the ground. But, I mean, this
Does
was
he
a
have-
shock and awe. This was not necessarily
a chain tattoo.
No.
Okay. Then I'll just grab those items, minus the axe. I'll leave.
You've already gotten tased once by that.
Well, I have no use for it, so I'll just let Seven pick it up when the time comes. And I'll move myself 30 feet in the direction of Enrotusk.
Okay. Banner.
Oh,
Oh.
I have a bonus action. I'm going to move my bonus action. I'm going to move my hex to Enrotusk.
Okay.
I'm gonna-
so you can do that.
What I was going to do is before so you do that. Banner, as you're like lawn mowering, you do catch from what would be the Duke Portia representative, you do see these tendrils leave their hand, and they wrap around Emerald Tusk, and they tighten. So you should, with your movement, be able to get there, but I'm letting you know they are restrained. Well, I should roll to see if they resist it, but never mind. He's not restrained. Just kidding. So these
But he
tendrils
did
go
try
up
reaching out to him.
to get Emerald Tusk and stop him. Yeah.
Okay.
But what do you got for me?
So how far away am I?
I'm gonna say
from
at this
Emerald
point.
Tusk? That was
I'm
aiming
gonna
for
say
Emerald
at this
Tusk.
point you're about 30 feet away.
All right. Then,
You're still flying, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't. Yeah, you can easily make it.
so lawnmower's still going, so I'll move there and attack him.
I'm gonna say what Eyes in the Dark are still kind of, if they are in your path, get lawnmowered up.
Okay.
But hit Emerald Tusk, hit him with it. So you're still within it. So
Yeah,
he gets hit
he's
with
gonna
it.
get hit by that.
So roll your damage for that, and then whatever else you're doing.
That is a solid move.
That was brilliant.
For somebody that is in melee
God, 6 points.
of radiant.
Yeah, radiant.
Which it looks like it does a little bit more kick than what you thought it was going to.
I'm thinking.
Into addition is
All right.
anything else?
Yep.
Yep.
And I will attack. That is a 19.
Okay. And he's already looking pretty hurt right now.
That is. Sorry. 7 plus 3 more radiant, or however much more that would be.
Okay, so what are you using?
That longsword I got.
So you come down with it, and again, it's packing more punch than you expect. How do you want to finish him?
I want to bring it down right in front of right through the clavicle, and just, this is for the High King.
It's like blood is coming out of like the throat as you're
Kind of hard to
like,
laugh.
yeah, it's kind of like if you were to stick the Joker with a blade in something, and he's just doing his Mark Hamill laugh because Mark Hamill is Joker. But yeah, you do get it, and it's so he's got the glaive in his back, and you're coming down in the chest. So he actually ends up being suspended up because you push him back more onto the glaive, and he's just leaning backwards, up, staying up. But he is the light laughs.
I'll talk to you in a minute.
But we've officially out of combat. As the guards will say have finished the rest of them, there are people coming in to attend wounds and whatnot.
I would have I would turn immediately and cast a heal on his hand at least.
So yeah, so you at least more or less cauterize it.
Yep.
I wouldn't say cauterize it, but it's
flesh like
bleeding.
Heal it. Stop it from bleeding.
His wife, the queen, runs up as he is doubled over. He's got the gash across his chest, gas going down his stomach. What we're going to do is we're actually going to stop right there. It's a great spot. So what we are going to do, though, is you're all going to go up a level.
Hey!
With that.
Hell yeah.
Thank you guys so much for listening in and playing with us today. And until we see you next time, it's 5 to Places. Yet another production of D&D and yet another period of waiting until we continue this story. Thank you for being our audience today, and we look forward to seeing you next time. Until then, it's 5 to Places, and thank you for listening to Adventures Till the Curtain Calls.